Hey, what's up? Hola, nerds. Buenas noches, buenos días, buenas tardes. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon. Buenos días a Japón. ¿Cómo están todos? Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos y hoy vamos a ver la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration Live desde Japón. En un momento llegamos ya, empezaron hace una hora. Ahorita nos ponemos al corriente. Ojalá todos estén bien. Estoy transmitiendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por favor, suscríbanse al canal, denle un like al video. Compartan el link con sus amigos. Pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato viendo Star Wars Celebration. Antes de empezar voy a hacer unos anuncios brevemente. Primero que nada, los quiero invitar a visitar la tienda Nerdmigos. Este es nuestro merch store y sigue siendo la mejor manera para apoyar lo que hacemos aquí en el podcast y en el webcomic de Nerdmigos. Recuerden que Nerdmigos es un webcomic y ahora también es un podcast, y lo que van a encontrar aquí son productos como camisetas, playeras, stickers, prints, tazas, gorras. Todos tienen diseños originales creados por nosotros mismos, son diseños inspirados en el webcomic Nerdmigos o en el podcast Nerdmigos. Y también estos productos tienen algunas de mis ilustraciones y caricaturas. Los que ya me conocen saben que soy caricaturista y diseñador de personajes, así que cuando ustedes compran en la tienda Nerdmigos, no nada más están apoyando el proyecto de Nerdmigos, también me están apoyando a mí como artista independiente, así que muchas gracias por comprar en la tienda Nerdmigos. La manera más fácil de llegar a la tienda es desde nuestro sitio web en nerdmigos.com. Ahí van a encontrar un botón que dice tienda, los lleva directamente a esta tienda Nerdmigos en TeePublic. O también pueden escanear este código QR que está en la pantalla. Muchas gracias por apoyarnos de esta manera. Y muchas gracias por comprar en la tienda Nerdmigos. Hablando de Nerdmigos, los quiero invitar a escuchar el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos. Nerdmigos, el podcast, es un programa semanal donde nos juntamos para platicar sobre todas las cosas geek que nos gustan. Así que cada semana estoy buscando a alguien con quien platicar sobre cosas geek. Para esta semana tuvimos como invitado a mi amigo Manuel Ríos Arabia. Él es creador de cómics independientes, es cineasta, crítico de cine, y también es uno de los invitados que más ha regresado al programa. Y esta vez vino para platicar sobre el episodio de Black Mirror USS Callister Into Infinity, que es la secuela de USS Callister, un episodio de Black Mirror. Se estrenó la temporada 7 de Black Mirror y platicamos un poco sobre este episodio, particularmente sobre este episodio y algunos otros episodios de la temporada 7. También platicamos sobre Daredevil Born Again y las noticias geek de la semana. Busquen el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos, lo encuentran en nerdmigos.com, ahí siempre van a encontrar todos los episodios de Nerdmigos. También recuerden que pueden escuchar el podcast Nerdmigos en su plataforma de podcast favorita. Lo encuentran en Spotify, en Apple Podcasts, en eBooks, en YouTube, donde les guste escuchar podcasts. Ahí lo van a encontrar. Y cuando encuentren el podcast de Nerdmigos en su plataforma favorita, por favor, suscríbanse al canal, suscríbanse al podcast. Eso nos ayuda mucho. Nos ayuda para que otros escuchas descubran este podcast y también les ayuda a ustedes para enterarse cuando hay un nuevo episodio. Así que muchas gracias por escuchar el podcast Nerdmigos, recuerden, busquen el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos con la portada de USS Callister. All right. Un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Si no me conocen, me presento otra vez. Yo soy Isma de Nerdmigos. Y hoy vamos a ver la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration. No voy a compartir el sonido, pero sí les voy a compartir mis comentarios. Alright, entonces vamos a empezar acá. Vamos a parar la música y vamos a ver qué está pasando acá en Japón, en Star Wars Celebration Japón. All right. Yes. Hey, David. David, how's it going?
It's going good.
Welcome.
How you been? You seen any announcements?
Not yet. I just got here.
Oh.
I just got here. So I missed the Hayden interview, and I don't know if they've announced anything else. Have you heard anything?
Yeah, they announced the title of Sean Levy's movie.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the Star Wars Starfighter, right?
Yep.
Nice. Jar Jar.
Yeah. It just began. From what I'm seeing, it just began.
Yeah,
we're in different time zones.
Yeah, it started like an hour ago.
Yeah, we have to keep in mind we're in different time zones, so obviously it's gonna.
Yeah.
So is anyone else joining?
I hope so. I hope so. I hope. But well, welcome. I appreciate you stopping by.
I appreciate being here.
So it's like 10 a.m. in Japan, or like 10, 11 a.m.
Well, it's 10 p.m. where I am.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so we're like 12 hours apart.
So I'm not sharing the sound, but are you watching the stream on another browser?
I see a stream you're watching, but I don't hear anything.
Yeah, I'm not sharing the sound.
Mm.
Do you have another screen where you can watch?
I don't really have another screen. I'm just staying updated to what's going on and.
All right. Okay, let me see if I can.
Oh, what's happening?
Yeah, they're just interviewing the crowd. Let me see if I can share the sound.
So are Yancy and Mariana and the others going to join?
I hope so.
See, like, perhaps
okay, I'm sharing this sound
now.
Yeah. Blue for these sabers.
You know, I didn't really believe you, but
That's right.
Evidence.
Watch the power go to my head. let's say that you're having a bit more of an emotional journey. Can I get a green saber?
Oh, all right. Ooh.
Yeah, I think we just
Very
missed
Luke
the
Skywalker up in here.
That's right.
Hayden
But,
Christensen
it is
interview.
Hayden Christensen's birthday.
Uh,
Can I get
Birthday?
some red sabers, please? Now that looks appropriate, don't you think so, Gil?
Yeah. Who's ready for some close-ups?
My adopted son, Gil, has been learning the camera for the last 4 years.
Yeah.
And he's doing really well. Gil, show him the Gil cam. Look at that. Beautiful.
Oh, beautiful.
It's
He's
almost
so
in
talented.
focus.
You know what? He's doing fantastic. You're doing great, sweetie. Amazing.
He's racking up those community college credits. He's really coming along.
And how you been? How was your week?
Oh,
my week's been okay.
oh, that's different. Oh, you know what?
It's
Yeah, that's new. You know what that is? That's my best friend.
Melly's going back to work again. My social media account.
Your best friend.
No, you're my son. It's
Yeah, I saw some videos you were sharing
I know I'm new
about
around here,
the
but who is
Disney
Cookie,
park,
and why are they also
the
my
Disney
best
parks
friend?
experience.
We're all best friends with Cookie.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
Cookie
cool.
is part of a much bigger plan.
Ah.
You see, she is here to assist my other.
Do you have
best
a
friend.
YouTube
Please
channel?
give it up for the one,
I don't have
the
YouTube.
only
Only Instagram and Facebook.
Japan native
Okay.
from Osaka, Oki the vegetable carver. Welcome back, Oki. Now, for those of you who are new, Oki has been at Star Wars Celebration for as long as I have. That means this is Oki's 10th anniversary
Wow.
at Star Wars Celebration, and he creates some beautiful Star Wars vegetable art, don't you, Oki?
That's right. Cookie.
Oh,
and
those are
Cookie
sculptures.
We'll be here for whole weekend, so let's enjoy the Star Wars together. Yes.
Do you remember when was the last celebration in Japan?
I can't remember the last celebration. I can't remember the last celebration. It's been a while ago.
Yeah, it's been a while.
To go art, if you will.
That's right.
That's right. Everything seems to be falling right into place. So, what do you say? Want to keep the show going? I think we should. All right. I don't know. What do you all think? I feel like we could do a little better than that, right?
Did you get a look at the schedule?
Everybody,
Let's
Not yet.
Yeah, I think they have Mandalorian and Grogu panel coming up.
Stop here. Star Wars
What will that be?
Celebration
What will that
Japan
be?
Live will be back
Let
in
me see.
just a moment.
right, don't go away. Woo!
Let me check the schedule. Okay. Let's see. Celebration schedule. Yeah, they're gonna do yeah, they have the first thing on the schedule is the Mandalorian and Grogu panel. That's 10 a.m. Japan. So I don't know if they're going to share it like pre-recorded or live. Let's see. There you go.
What do you expect to come from this?
Well, I'm looking forward well, at least day one. I'm really interested in the Lucasfilm animation panel. That's at 3:30 Japan time. That's the one I want to see. But I also want to know what's up. Yeah, I also want to see the Mandalorian and Grogu panel. I hope they show a trailer. What about you?
Maybe few more film announcements.
Yeah. Yeah, I think tomorrow, let me see what's... So that's today. Tomorrow they have the Andor panel.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day they have Star Wars Visions Volume 3.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're gonna do like a movie announcement. No, they have an Ahsoka panel tomorrow. After the Andor panel, they have an Ahsoka panel.
I see.
Yeah. So we'll see. They're starting there. Yeah. Have you been to Star Wars Celebration?
A few times. Going with local.
Yeah. I almost went to the last Anaheim celebration. I had a pass. I had a 1-day pass, but that's the one that was delayed because of COVID. And my visa expired during that time.
I see.
Yeah, so I had to get a refund.
Mm-hmm.
But I almost went. Which one did you go to?
I believe it was. I went to one in 2012, and the other one in, I believe 2017.
Oh, okay, cool. What did you think of the Tales of the Underworld trailer?
It looks promising.
Yeah.
So I think they should have like the Cad Bane story. They should have had Boba Fett in it.
Yeah.
In it lost episodes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true.
Then enough.
Yes.
Let's give a warm welcome to Sean Levy and
Oh.
Ryan Gosling.
There you go, Sean Levy. And
Here we go.
is the sound okay?
Yeah, I can hear.
All right. They almost got a Mikey Madison for this movie.
Yeah, I heard about that.
Yeah. There's a big Ewok on the back.
Hi. It's a nice place you got here. I like what you've done with the place.
Welcome to Navarro.
Do you mind if we sit down?
You know what? Make yourself cozy, Ryan. Sit a spell. Stay a while. So this is just a typical Friday for you, right? Just a usual
Just a regular Friday.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is our forge. That's our Mandalorian forge.
Okay.
But you know what? I want to be among the first, although I'm far from the first with this crowd, to welcome you to Star Wars Celebration. We're so happy to have you, and welcome to the Star Wars family.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Now tell us, how does it feel to be here with the fans in this moment announcing Star Wars Starfighter?
Yeah.
I'm so glad we can finally say the words.
Yeah, we can finally say the name of our movie. To be here, it's one thing to know about the passion of all of us as Star Wars fans, but to feel it here in Tokyo, all of us in the same space, feeding off each other, it was worth the trip.
Oh.
Yeah.
I think this is exactly what we needed. This is the perfect place to start this journey for us, because
Never tell me the
it's
odds.
such an incredible reminder of why we're going to make this movie and who we're going to make this movie for. So.
Yeah, there's truly no place like Star Wars Celebration for being just inundated with the Star Wars family, the Star Wars fans, really getting a sense of how much it means to people, how important it is. And did I spot a new starship design while you were on that main stage?
You might have caught a little bit of a
Oh,
glimpse.
okay. So they already had like
a
a
wing.
I believe
a
it was
panel
a bow.
before.
And yeah, the movie is a new adventure. It's new characters. It takes place in a new period of time after the Battle of Exegol, after Episode 9, and so. So there's so many opportunities to tell a Star Wars story that has all the heart and action and fun of Star Wars, but to do it in ways that are new and original. And so that starship, that peak of that starship is just one example of the design of a world that we haven't seen on screen.
All right, yeah, and in an era we haven't seen yet on screen. Like, I'm so thrilled and excited for both of you, but also I can't wait to see what you've done with this. I know there's not much. Oh. I think it's I'm just Ren in this scenario. Oh, the groan, all right. Now, I know you can't say much about Starfighter, but how far along are we in the development process? Can you give us some hints?
I mean, here's the news. Like, we're not in development. We all know development takes time. We all read about things in development. We're not in development. We're in pre-production. We're shooting.
Oh, all right.
We're shooting.
Oh,
All right.
pre-production.
Yeah, so we're going to start shooting this fall to come out May 27th, 27.
All right.
May 27, 27.
I see what they did. They did.
Exciting, all right. And,
Yeah.
Ryan, I'm a little distracted.
So that's for
honestly,
the
by your hat.
anniversary.
Can we get a close-up of the
Can we get a
hat?
close-up of the hat?
Do you want to tell us what it says, Ryan?
I think it's just exactly the advice that we need as we embark on this journey. I think it's going to be a bit of a touchstone for us.
Yeah.
Because obviously you take on Star Wars, you take on something that's this beloved, it's intimidating, there's you're scared, you're nervous, you want to get it right. But we have a feeling that with this story, with this collaboration, we can get it right. So we don't want anyone to tell us the odds. We're just going to do it.
Right. I love that. And also, Ryan, during the panel, we saw that your mom got in on the announcement action. She was so excited she shared an image of some Empire Strikes Back bed sheets that you had as a kid. I love that. I feel like
my mom sent my Empire Strikes Back sheets from when I was 5. I thought all our moms were going to send pictures of our sheets, though. Mine was the only one?
I think she's the only one that got the memo.
Your mom did too? All right, cool.
All right, yeah. It's all right. You're just like all of us, just a Star Wars fan with Star Wars bed sheets. Ryan, can you tell me what made you choose this movie? What made you want to work with Sean and step into the Star Wars galaxy?
Well, I've wanted to work with Sean for such a long time. and I think we talk about, speaking of the sheets, that, I was dreaming about Star Wars before I ever saw it. It's always been there. It's sort of in the DNA of the culture, myself. I think it framed my idea of what a movie even was. So, but all of that aside, I think this script is just so good. This story is it has so much adventure, so much heart, and original characters. It's an opportunity to shine a light into a side of the universe that we may not have seen. And there's just no one more perfect to do that than Sean. Sean is the best at that. So
Yeah. All those Deadpool and Wolverine fans are going to be very happy today. Yes. All right. And do you have? I know there's very little you can say at this point. Although there's very little you need to say with this crowd. They're just so excited to have you here. But is there a message that you want to share with the fans? In this moment when you're first just stepping into this journey?
Well, just that we're one of them. We're one of them. We're fans too. So it's like, there's obviously a relationship between these stories and the audience, but we've spent our lives in that audience. And we know how meaningful it is. But as Ryan said, it's a big galaxy. It's a big galaxy out there, and it feels like there's an opportunity to do a movie that's not a prequel, that's not a sequel, and gives us the Star Wars DNA that we love, but with an adventure that's all new.
Well said.
And just being here and seeing all of you is just more inspiring to do it, because there's so much creativity and imagination in this room, and there's so much love. It's why it's such a great reminder of why we're making, how much movies can mean to us, and specifically how much these movies mean to us. And I think, the Force is a mysterious thing, but I think as I'm here, I feel like the Force is the fans. And I think all we can hope for is that, may the fans be with us.
That's beautiful. Well said. All right, I know you need to get going and get back into pre-production, because I want to see this movie, and we will get to see this movie Memorial Day 2027. Can't wait to see what you've done with it. We're just so excited to have you two in the galaxy. Thank you so much for
Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for
to
having
chat
me.
with us.
Thank you.
And the fun doesn't stop here, so keep watching for more from Star Wars Celebration Live.
The t-shirt gun.
Yeah.
T-shirt blaster. So, any thoughts?
I'm cautious but optimistic.
Yeah. So this is a post-sequel trilogy movie. It sounds like a standalone movie.
It's a standalone movie that's after the sequel trilogy.
Yeah. So that's some years after the sequel trilogy. They have a release date for May 2027, and it's already in pre-production.
That's good because years movie.
So yeah, so this is happening. This is not this is not an announcement of something they're thinking of doing, right? So that's cool.
So as Kathleen can't away from it, I'm happy.
Yeah. Yeah. So it looks like they had a panel that was not shown on YouTube. And now that they're interviewing Sean Levy and Ryan Gosling after that panel.
It would seem that way.
Yeah. All right, cool.
All right,
And
well.
pieces that she absolutely
Let me
loves
just
to share.
log off. Talking with you.
Hey, thanks for stopping by. It was great seeing you.
Definitely. And if any more updates, comes up, let us know in chat. And I'll hop on.
Thanks.
All right.
Thanks. We'll talk later.
Yep, definitely. You take care.
You too. Take care. Hey, thanks to everyone watching the stream. Muchas gracias por ver el stream. Aquí estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration desde Japón.
And then finally, we have the
What's
stroke,
this?
which is the
Okay.
hand draw the branches on it and make it very, very
Cerámica?
important. And we only have 88 pieces worldwide.
And these
Sí, está bonita,
very,
pero
precious and important.
Yeah, 88 pieces. I mean, when you
I
get
don't
up
know.
close to this thing, the details on the pedals, they look alive.
¿Qué les parece ese Darth
Yes,
Vader?
I mean, this is one of the characteristics of Yadro. We handmade it, one piece by piece by our craftsmen. So, which is very, 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 very precious and very, very rare. I would say that this kind of craftsmanship, we still keep it here, and I think it's very, very important.
It's beautiful, and I feel like this piece, so much more than like some of the other stuff that I've seen from you, which is all gorgeous. This has like a very pop art and very now sort of contemporary feel to it, which is lovely.
Well, exactly this is what we try to do here, to really make it more real to people, more modernize it, and this is what we are trying to do here.
It's gorgeous, it's working wonderfully. And you've got another piece here for celebration, the Bespin battle. Tell me about that.
Yeah, well, Bespin battle, I think all the Star Wars fans will know that it's a very important scene. When Darth Vader was fighting with Luke Skywalker. So, I mean, it is also the scene that revealed the identity of Luke as well, which is very, very, very important scene. And then we're trying to show it depicted in a very truthful way. And then if you can get closer to the piece, then you will see that the silhouette, the cape of the Darth Vader, and also Luke as well. The detailedness is very, very, we're respecting, I mean, a lot of that. And then they're all handmade, and it's very, very precious.
Yeah, it was great to get up close to the Vader in that battle scene and just see all of the greeblies, all the little technical details. Everything of his costume was just right there. It was gorgeous.
And don't forget that actually it's a porcelain piece. That the fact that you're making it with porcelain is really, really rare. That our craftsmen they are in Spain and they're in Valencia and they're really working hard on creating this piece. Yeah.
The Bespin battle is a limited edition piece as well, right?
Yes, exactly. Just like the Darth Vader Cherry Blossom, the Bespin battle is 504 pieces.
You have a bunch of wonderful Star Wars stuff here to see at the booth. If you're at the show, you have to come by and see this. It is absolutely amazing. Colin, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We've got much more from Star Wars Celebration, so stay right here. Fans got the chance to explore Star Wars in a whole new way with Star Wars Outlaws. Teamed up with the scoundrel duo of K-Vess and
Star
Nix,
Wars
we explored the
Outlaws.
gritty underworld, played a high-stakes
¿Alguien
game
jugó
of
ese
Squad with
juego?
one and only Lando Calrissian, and later this month we'll explore a new system.
Sale Hondo Ohnaka en el
very
juego.
reliable Hondo Ohnaka. Yeah. Here to tell us about all that and more, including some fun exclusives, give a warm welcome to the game's creative director, Drew Reckner. Welcome to Celebration, man. How are you doing?
Awesome. It's wonderful to be here. Star Wars Celebration in Japan.
Please.
Star Wars fans from all across the globe. I even heard there were a few K-Vess cosplays out there.
Oh.
I don't know.
If you're a K-Vest cosplayer, you come to the
cool.
front immediately.
Yeah.
That's got to be wonderful for you to see, you know, because this is.
It means so much to
It's
the
a
team.
new thing in Star Wars, right? Kay is a new character, and to watch people latch onto her like that has got to be wonderful.
It's incredible.
And
Incredible.
I mean, since the game launched in August, y'all have been doing a lot. A lot of players have been exploring the galaxy, right? And you've already, you know, released Wild Card, which was your first update and story update. That must have been wonderful to do.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's been incredible to see the reaction from fans. I mean, we put so much, you know, passion into every corner of the galaxy. And then since release, you know, we've been really listening to the community to implement fan-requested features, things like, you know, adding more depth to the combat loop, allowing you to hold on to your two-handed weapons for longer.
Yeah.
And soon, you'll be able to freely shoot from your speeder.
Oh, I love that.
Cool.
I love that.
And then late last year, we released our first story pack, Wild Card.
Yeah.
And it was an honor to you know, go a little bit further with Lando Calrissian.
Yes.
You know,
Where's that Mando Grogu panel?
It's the same time period, same location, so it just kind of makes sense that these two outlaws would meet up. And, you know, where else would they meet up than around a sabacc table?
I love looking at this table. It's
Main
so cool that this is
stage.
a thing that you get to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
I absolutely love it, man. It must have been so fun to work on.
Totally. And, you know, and then you get to go on this casino cruiser ship, the Moreno.
Yes.
And it's like a really high stakes sabacc tournament. You get to feel like a high roller, and you're going to do everything you possibly can to win.
Amazing, amazing. And so now you are working on something new.
That's right.
You've got something new coming out. I'm seeing here it's called A Pirate's Fortune.
Indeed.
What can you tell?
Pirate's
I love
Fortune.
any mention of pirates in Star Wars.
That's right.
What can you tell us about that?
So, A Pirate's Fortune is all about K-Vest teaming up with none other than Hondo Ohnaka.
Hondo Ohnaka mentioned! Hondo Ohnaka mentioned! We didn't even have to get an hour into day one. It's good. It's good. We're eating. We're eating.
That's right. And you're going to take on a new pirate crew called the Rakana Raiders.
Okay.
It's going to take place in a new space region called the Kepi system. And there, you know, you have an
Kepi
open
system.
space world. You have like a cantina built into the side of an asteroid.
Oh,
You have
that's
a
very
tomb of an ancient civilization, the
Yes.
Kepi, and a bunch of other things. And I think the other cool thing about it is this is actually a continuation of the story of the main campaign of Star Wars Outlaws.
Okay.
So it is endgame content, but it really explores, you know, the growth of Kay as a leader. And who better to explore that with than Hondo?
Absolutely. And I mean, listen, post-Skeleton Crew, I'm in a very pirate mindset with Star Wars, you know? And I'm always in a very Hondo Ohnaka mindset with Star Wars. So is
Hondo
there
Ohnaka debió haber salido en Skeleton Crew.
You gotta be able to show us something, tell us something about
Yeah,
this,
that's
right?
No hay una razón
I
por
mean,
la
Skeleton Crew was absolutely
por la que no debió haber salido Hondo Ohnaka en Skeleton Crew.
And that pirate theme, the scoundrel theme of Kay, like they really mix well together. And the team just was in love with Skeleton Crew so much that we decided to add new free cosmetic items, as you can see.
Look at the streamers! Oh, I love it!
You've got a Phoenix, which is adorable. You've got the Speeder and the Trailblazer, all Skeleton Crew inspired cosmetics. Free.
That's so cool. That is so wonderful. But listen.
Yeah, and then I'm also super proud to announce
Yes.
that Jim Cummings is
There you go.
reprising his role.
There you
as
go.
Hondo Ohnaka.
That's what I was wondering.
Cummings.
That's what I was wondering. And I mean, like, listen, man, I was just, the other thing I was wondering is if you got Jim back as Hondo, like, do you got like anything we can see?
You know,
anything we can, like, can
I
I
think we
just,
could do that.
I just want to hear a little bit of it.
All
if that's
right,
okay.
so
We can have an exclusive
Star
trailer
Wars
reveal. What do you think?
Starfighter
All right.
es la siguiente
You
película de
ready
Star
to check out
Wars.
this trailer for Star Wars Outlaws?
I
A
also had a
Pirate's
trailer
Fortune?
de Star Wars Outlaws.
Let's roll it.
You, I am the great
Hondo.
Captain going cruise right now.
Right.
The great Deppy treasure. Split it all with the finest of your course.
I think we're moving more towards equal shares.
You sound like those raiders. I had to cut them loose. They were not happy.
Coordinates are set.
It's you against us, Hondo.
Your fortune is for you to seize.
Oops.
It is done. And we made our move.
You good, Hondo?
But they're good, my dear. You want riches, you want fame. You don't get the treasure without taking the risk.
A pirate's fortune. Star Wars Outlaws base game required, sold separately.
Oh, that's good. And I gotta say, these are two great performers
Come on.
playing two great characters. What was it like hearing them, bounce off one another?
Oh, it's great. I mean, Hondo has such great lines here today. We have footage on Nintendo Switch 2, Star Wars Outlaws.
So this is it running on the
Nintendo
Switch too.
Switch.
That's right.
Oh, that's good.
Releases September 4th.
Amazing. It's gonna be so good to be able. I just love being able to take something like Outlaws with me. I want it to be everywhere
Absolutely.
I go. Outlaws is what I call, Drew, I don't know if you're familiar with this. Outlaws is what I call a good bathtub game. A good bathtub game is very important. Any game
¿Quién
where I
está
can sit in the
jugando
bathtub and play it
Outlaws?
for an hour and feel good about, that's a good bathtub.
That's true. That's true.
So I'm excited for that.
El único juego de Star Wars que yo juego es Star Wars Galaxy of Heroes.
You got one more thing for us, right?
That's right. I've got one more thing.
Que es como el patito feo
For
de
those of you who have yet to play Star
los
Wars
juegos de
Outlaws,
Star Wars.
we have a free demo. And it takes place in the original hive of scum and villainy, Tatooine.
Tatooine.
Nice.
Yeah. And that is live right now. So you can play it right now.
Amazing. Amazing. New Tatooine demo right now. We've got a Pirate's Fortune coming on the 15th. This is great. This is great. Now, if people download this demo today, what are they going to see? What are they going to do?
That's right. So we wanted to give players the full experience. So you kind of start partway through the game. And you'll have the open world, obviously, to explore. So you can walk around Mos Eisley, visit Chalmun's Cantina, use your speeder through the open world. Maybe you visit a moisture farm. Maybe you do that.
Some of them are not in such great shape, the moisture farms.
It's true.
I don't know if you heard.
But, it is just a small slice of the game, obviously. The full game has so much more to offer, a lot more diverse locations, and a lot more story. So, I mean, if you haven't jumped in, now is the best time.
Amazing. Demo today. Pirate's Fortune May 15th.
That's right.
And then Switch 2 in September.
That's right.
This is amazing. Drew, thank you so much for being here, showing off everything. Amazing stuff coming to the world of Star Wars Outlaws. I know we're all excited to jump in. Drew Reckner, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration Japón. Y hasta ahorita el anuncio más grande que han hecho es el de Star Wars Starfighter, una película que va a dirigir Sean Levy, el director de Deadpool y Wolverine. Protagonista Ryan Gosling. Fecha de estreno 28 de mayo 2027. Es una película, es una historia standalone. Se lleva a cabo después de la trilogía secuela. Y es todo lo que dijeron. Dijeron que están en preproducción, entonces están más avanzados de lo que pensábamos. Pensábamos que apenas estaban planeando y ya están en preproducción. Entonces van a empezar a filmar pronto. Y lo otro que supimos esta semana de esta película es que casi conseguían a Mikey Madison para esta película. Ella les dijo no gracias, pero parece que pues estaban en pláticas, pero yo lo que vi en los medios es que todos los medios estaban diciendo que Mikey Madison iba a salir en Star Wars, y así como unas horas después dijeron Mikey Madison dijo que siempre no, dijo que no gracias. Pero entonces no, me suena como que le ofrecieron un papel, lo platicaron por un rato y ella lo rechazó. Y qué bueno, Mikey Madison no necesita el Star Wars de Disney. Pero a ver qué más dicen de esa película. Hasta ahorita nomás fue eso. Ahorita entrevistaron al director y a Ryan Gosling.
Like Godzilla-sized giant, and it turns out he's also a fan of Star Wars. Give a big welcome to Godzilla -1 writer and director,
What?
Academy Award winner.
Hey, el director de Godzilla -1. El director de Godzilla -1 está en el stage de Star Wars Celebration Live. ¿Dónde está el nerd de Dave Filoni? Él es un Godzilla nerd.
今日は初めてのセレブレーションですか？
はい、初めてセレブレーション。
そうですか。So everyone, this is Yamazaki-san's first celebration ever. So let's give it up one more time, okay? All right, let's make him feel welcome. Yes, yes.
すごい盛り上がりでめちゃくちゃ楽しいです。
ですよね。
見渡す限りスターウォーズファンってね、
そうですよ。
とてつもない。
はいですよね。はい。山崎さんもスターウォーズの大ファンだとお伺いしたんですが。はい。 どんな点に憧れてファンになられたんですか？
やっぱり初めて見たときに、
今までの
VFX を圧倒的に超えてるなと思って、でも現実のことだと思ったんです。スターデストロイヤーが
高橋山崎。
ずっと出てくるショットで、
山崎さん。
心が参っちゃって、それ以来のスターウォーズファン。
もう一目惚れみたいな感じですよね。
Buenos días allá en Japón。
そうだったんですか。
一番感受性が激しいときに、あんなもの見たらもう無理ですよね。
昨年ルーカスフィルムの本社へ行かれたんですが、いかがでしたか？
いやもうどこを見渡してもスター・ウォーズでめちゃめちゃ感動しました。僕にとっては聖地ですから、そこは聖地についにたどり着いたという感じで、皆さんとてもよくしてくださったんで、ルーカスフィルムでゴジラ-1を見てもらって、でその後 Q&A をやったんですよ。でその時にすごくたくさんのILM の人とかルーカスフィルムの人たちがみんな見てくれて、ですごい喜んでくれたんで、もう忘れられない思い出ですね。
素晴らしいエピソードですね。ありがとうございます。デイブ・フィロニさんとお会いした時、
どんな印
象でしたか？
本当にカウボーイハットかぶってると。
アメリカンだと。
アメリカン。あとメカゴジラの T シャツ着てたんですよ。
そうだったんですね。
でデイブ・フィロニはとてもメカゴジラが好きだということを聞いてたんですけど、本当に好きなんだなと思って、で僕スター・ウォーズの話したいんだけど、デイブはずっとゴジラの話をしてて、なかなか話が噛み合わなくて大変でした。
そうだったん んですが、本当はスター・ウォーズの話をしたかったんですけど、
でもすごい優しく迎えてくれて嬉しかったですね。
よかったです。日本人としてスター・ウォーズセレブレーションが日本で行われることについてどういう気持ちですか？
いや、すごく光栄なことだと思いますし、やっぱり黒沢映画がルーツの一つだというふうに伺っているんで、その場所でまたスター・ウォーズのこんなに素晴らしい大会が開かれているということはなんかめちゃめちゃ嬉しいことですよね。で同時にすごくたくさんの海外の方たちがこのセレブレーションのために来日してくださってるじゃないですか。スタッフキャストもそうなんだけど一般の方たちもたくさんこのために日本に来てくださってるっていうのがもう本当にご苦労様と思いますし嬉しいなというふうに思います。
思いますよね。本当に世界中の皆さんがここに集まってスター・ウォーズをみんなで楽しんで喜んで、もう本当に素晴らしいセレブレーションですよね。監督としてスター・ウォーズからインスピレーションを感じられる点というか主にインスピレーションはどこから来ましたか？
何かこの今の時代ではないエキゾチックさというか知らない世界でものすごいことが行われてるっていう空気感みたいなことが僕はすごく好きで、やっぱりただ単に宇宙だけとか地上だけとかじゃなくて縦横無尽にいろんな世界を表現できていると思うんですね。それがやっぱり一番好きなのと、さっき最初の映像セレブレーションが始まった時の最初の映像ですごく長い時間にわたってスター・ウォーズが作り続けられてきたってことがすごく分かった映像があったんですけど、
supe que este director iba a empezar a trabajar en una secuela de Godzilla -1.
一つの宇宙、いろんな人たちがいろんな暮らしをしている宇宙そのものがスター・ウォーズなんだなって思った時に、やっぱり世界を作るってことの難しさと面白さみたいなものをすごく改めて
Muy cool que lo invitaron a Celebration.
こんなにいろんな人たちがいろんな場所でそれぞれの自分の信じる正義のために戦ってる世界がスター・ウォーズなんだっていうことを改めて感じられて、その世界観の広がり単純にメインのキャラクターたちの物語だけじゃないところにいろんな人たちの暮らしがあるんだっていうその銀河の広がりみたいなものを感じてとても別のもう一つの世界があるんだってことを改めて実感できてとても良かったですね。
とても素敵なお言葉をどうもありがとうございました。
そしてマンダロリアン&グローグの予告が見れたのが本当に今日は最高でしたね。めちゃくちゃ面白そうですね。
Mandalorian and Grogu.
楽しみですね。もう
楽しいですね。
もう早く見たい。明日見たい。
同感です。今日はご参加いただき本当にありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。楽しんでってください。ありがとうございました。
Thank you so much for joining us. We are so glad you're able to stop in to chat. Star Wars Celebration Live is still stomping its way to you at home, so keep watching.
ありがとうございました。
Alright, vamos a esperar a ver si sale algo más. Okay, yeah. Esas son algunas escenas ahí de los booths. Art show. Creo que estas son las ilustraciones que usaron en los pases. Yeah, son las ilustraciones de los pases.
These amazing traditional Japanese paintings.
Who's the artist?
All of the characters. Yeah, they're basically ukiyo-e versions of the characters, which is just so perfect for Star Wars.
Sí, están muy chingonas esas ilustraciones que usaron para los pasos.
That badge art onto all kinds of things. If you look over here, this is wild to me. This is made out of woven kimono material.
What?
Guess what? You're getting a woven kimono. You weren't even ready. You didn't even know. You were like, oh, I hope they have a postcard. You fool. You fool! They've got fans! If you have a tiny room that you need to divide them with your own Biobu.
That's cool.
Biombo.
Biombo.
We were cool enough to wear these limited edition Star Wars Celebration 2025 jackets.
Oh, wait! Don't try to free it yourself.
What did you think? What did you think? Of course we're wearing the jackets. It's the 20th anniversary of the best boyfriend in the universe.
It is our pleasure.
And what are you wearing, Reina?
I'm wearing, believe it or not, the key art.
But wait, I don't see the key art for Star Wars Celebration Japan 2025.
But wait!
Oh, bam! I don't even... What?
Is your mind blown?
I don't even know how these people do this. I don't even know how these people do this. If you have money, you should be spending it. Oh, these limited edition door curtains are great. Hey, what are you doing?
A ver si muestran el panel de Grogu en Mandalorian. Parece que sí mostraron un trailer. Estoy viendo aquí en Twitter. Bueno, mostraron una escena. Si no es un trailer, es una escena que mostraron de Mandalorian y Grogu. A ver si la hacen pública. Ojalá la hagan pública. Si no, por lo menos que enseñen el panel pregrabado.
I can only tell you that both lifestyles are available here for a very reasonable cost. This is actually great because this is something that you really could only get at Star Wars Celebration Japan.
In Japan specifically. So these are Emma boards, and you usually find them at shrines. And what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to write your wish on the back of them and leave them on the shrine. But these you can take home, and you can get charms. I didn't know that. Look at these shrine charms. What?
No, that's money.
Yup, nup. Yup, nup, wookie wookie.
Every time you do that, it costs me money.
Yup, nup. Yup, nup, wookie wookie.
Okay, but this is the last one. This is the last one.
Yup, nup.
You're lucky. You're lucky.
Yup, nup.
Hey, is that more of that good Takumi badge art? What, you got it on pins? Do they come with little stands? It's freaking adorable. What's your favorite legal addictive substance?
Mine's coffee.
This is pretty good. High Grounds Coffee.
High Grounds Coffee.
Come on in here. Come on in here, because that's good. But the best part is it says,
Bold and smoky blend.
Bold and smoky blend.
Brood and Mustafar.
He's talking about the burning boy. Reina?
Anthony!
They got Gashapon.
It's like your favorite thing ever.
I genuinely love this. It activates a part of my brain. I can't explain it. I want to get the good toys. These are great because they're tiny. Tiny little Star Wars action figures.
Nice.
While you will be able to get these later, for right now, you can only get them at Celebration, and they come with special Star Wars Celebration card backs.
Quiero verlo, saquen uno.
Which one are you hoping for?
I want Vader. What do you want? What do you want? Mine says Lucky.
Yeah, does it?
Yeah.
I want a Chewie, I think.
You want a Chewie?
Yeah.
All right. You're a pro at this. You're not going to put it in wrong.
Chewie.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
How did you do that?
I got your Vader.
I think I got Vader too.
Did you get Vader too? Is it all Vaders all the way down? Double Vader. Double Vader.
Nice.
All the way. Okay, here's the thing though. I really do need that Chewie. I'm gonna stay here for 45 minutes to 6 hours. Whatever it takes. Thank you for watching this. Thank you for coming to Star Wars Celebration. Thank you in advance for spending your money.
Alright. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme. Estoy transmitiendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por favor, suscríbanse al canal. Denle un like al video. Pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar viendo la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration en Japón. Vamos a ver qué hay en el escenario. Este es el Slave One de Lego. Estuvimos hablando, esta semana estuvimos hablando sobre este Slave One en internet, en medios sociales. Que sacaron un comercial para anunciar este Slave One y pues no, nomás no quieren decirle Slave One. Disney no le quiere decir Slave One al Slave One, pero pues Slave One Forever, ¿verdad? Pongan en el chat Slave One Forever. Vamos a ver, Slave One Forever. Slave One Forever.
I think you'll all recognize the famous
Slave One Forever
chase scene from the first film.
Amazing. I am a big fan of the brick-built helmets, and adding to the collection is Jango Fett. Can you show it for the fans? Amazing. Can you tell us a little bit about that figure?
Yes, so this is the newest addition to the LEGO Star Wars helmet collection, like you said. It's a display model of the legendary bounty hunter. Has a striking color scheme with the grays and the blues. It comes complete with a stand and a nameplate, and the rangefinder can be adjusted.
Wow, I was not expecting
just
that.
like the previous helmets, when you build this, you'll have a great experience with the LEGO building techniques. And it was designed for people that want a fun, hands-on, creative activity. So yeah, it will look great next to the other helmets if you have them.
It's truly beautiful. As an experienced brick builder, how long would you say it takes to build Jango Fett?
Build like out of the box?
Yeah.
Set like this, a couple of hours.
A couple of hours, yeah. That sounds about
You take
right.
it slow and
If
watch
you're
a movie while you do it.
Oh,
even better.
Sure. I love that. That's a great experience. All right, I've been waiting to get to this one. Our mischievous little chopper.
Chopper, get to the shopper.
Clearly a fan favorite. Please tell us a little bit about Chopper.
Yeah, so I mean, Chopper is been one of the most loved astromech droids.
Entonces ya hicieron el panel de Mandalorian y Grogu. Estuvo Pedro Pascal y Sigourney Weaver en el panel. Dave Filoni, Jon Favreau y Grogu.
Lots of play features hidden in it as well. You can move the robotic arms to pose them in a really awesome way. There's even a lever on the back that when you do it, you get that iconic wobble and bounce of Chopper's head.
A ver si al rato muestran algo sobre el panel.
Perfect.
Super fun. And then you can also roll him around. He's got legs that are movable and removable to pose him in your favorite pose from any of the media that you've seen him in.
Incredible. Oh, he looks so perfect. And
there is a baby Chopper too. Yeah.
All right, and the Jango Fett fun continues. Can you please tell us about his famed starship?
Yeah, so you'll all recognize this ship here, right?
They won forever.
This is the Ultimate Collector Series Jango Fett starship from Star Wars Attack of the Clones. It's made of 2,970 pieces and is over 44 centimeters tall on its stand.
That was a lot more than I expected. I don't know why I expected any less, but that is intense. All right, with Andor Season 2 just around the corner, and fans will definitely want to pick this one up, can you please show us the U-Wing?
Yes, with pleasure. So this is, from Rogue One and Andor Season 2, the brand new Rebel U-Wing Starfighter. It's a fantastic model, I think, and it comes with the swing wing function that allows you to go from the landing mode into the V formation for flight.
Andor y
The cockpit opens with a lever also, and you can put a minifigure inside. There's a couple of spring-loaded shooters in the front. They're not here because I don't want to shoot anybody.
Of course, we gotta stay safe. But it shoots? Oh.
Yeah, it does shoot. And then on the bottom, there's also a compartment with a bit of space for minifigures or cargo. And speaking of minifigures, it comes with 4. So obviously, Cassian and
Ojalá hagan otro celebration en Anaheim.
And then 2 brand new minifigures for the first time, Dead Ramiro and an ISB tactical agent. So 4 fantastic figures with this model.
Truly. That's incredible. All right, now I have a feeling we gotta address the elephant in the room.
Yes.
You mean that?
We have something else to show you.
What is this that you have to reveal for us?
We do have something cool to show.
Oh my goodness.
What's that?
Okay, come on.
Oh, the theatrics are very
Palpatine?
serious.
So we have something to reveal for you today. This is our newest model. It'll come out on August 1st, and it is K2SO.
K2SO.
And it wouldn't be a proper LEGO event without also building a life-size version
Oh, cool.
of this set.
Nice. ¿Por qué es negro?
That is massive.
No.
Oh my goodness.
¿Será así en la serie de Andor que tiene como una...
That is the size of K2SO in real life.
It comes in black?
What kind of design challenges did you face with this?
There were some massive challenges with this, particularly because he is so tall and his legs are so skinny. So it was a huge challenge, and I had to iterate over and over to find the perfect blend of LEGO elements to kind of build those legs up that'll support all this on the top.
Wow, that is fantastic. So personally, which one of these is your favorite?
For me, it's the Ultimate Collector Series Jango Starship.
It's because he made it.
Oh, you know what? That is fair, of course.
For me, it's the Ewing. Not because I worked on it, because I really like it.
It's okay that you like it since you worked on it. That's totally fair.
I'll have to continue the trend and choose K2.
Hey, Mariana. How's it going?
I'm doing good.
Good.
Yeah.
Have you seen any of the announcements?
I did.
Yeah.
I saw a couple of them. I also saw Hayden's interview on stage.
Oh, I missed that one.
No, I was getting out of mass because I was at Holy Thursday Mass at my parish, and as I'm going into the car, I start looking at my phone and seeing like all the notifications.
Mm-hmm.
And I joined the stream of the Star Wars celebration, and they're right in the middle of the interview.
Oh, cool.
And I'm like, oh gosh, I missed it.
And what did you catch?
So I caught them talking about Revenge of the Sith, about the 20th anniversary, and how it kind of changed for him between episode 2 and episode 3 filming.
Mm-hmm.
And they all sung him a happy birthday.
Oh, it's his birthday.
Yes, April 18th.
Nice.
Yeah. So that was really nice.
Yeah. After that, they interviewed Sean Levy and Ryan Gosling. Yeah.
Yeah. I had a feeling that rumor was true.
Yeah.
Because think about it. If they're going to put out another movie, they need to have a big name.
Yeah.
And Ryan Gosling's a big name.
Yeah.
And also Sean Levy, he's just coming off massive success of Deadpool Wolverine.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So people are going to be like, I'm not surprised if they chose him. And I'm not surprised either.
No, it sounds okay. It looks like it's a standalone movie, so that's good. So I like that it's a standalone movie. And they have a release date, May 28th, 2027.
Yes.
And
From what I saw in that interview, it seemed that Ryan and Sean are very authentic.
Yeah.
And Ryan obviously is a huge fan.
Yeah.
He saw the photo that his mother sent of his bed when she was alive. I was like, well, that is so Ryan's mother. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and Sean Levy said they're already in pre-production.
Wait, can you hold on a second?
Yeah, no problem.
Of course, Vader Immortal. For
Vader
those that are
Immortal.
already familiar with MetaQuest, this is nothing new to them, but why is this so incredible?
Because you get to go to Mustafar and you meet this person, maybe Darth Vader, and he's looking for someone. He has an agenda where he offers a chance to do a test for him, and if you pass, he might train you.
That's incredible. That's incredible. Now, the experience for when guests can come in here on the show floor and put this on, it's got to be really exciting for them. What's the whole process go through? What can they do and expect?
You pick which of these games you want to play.
Yeah.
They'll pop a headset on you, give you some instructions, and you are in the world of Vader Immortal. You are in the world of Galaxy's Edge, and you can walk around, you can talk to people, you can get a sense of things, and in this one you can play a lightsaber dojo and hone your skills.
Are you a pro at this point?
I am but a Padawan.
She's so modest. So modest. Alyssa, you are incredible. You need to get out here and check out what MetaQuest has to offer. Come on, dive into all the fun.
MetaQuest.
That our next guest knows a thing or two about creating iconic films. From E.T. to Indiana Jones to Star Wars and everything in between and beyond. Our fearless leader here at Lucasfilm.
Isma.
Yeah.
I have to go take care of Mom.
Okay, no problem.
Alrighty, but thanks for
Hey, thanks for stopping by. It was great seeing you.
You're welcome. Bye.
Take care.
Good
Bye.
luck with the interview.
Bye. Thanks, man. Bye. Kathy Kennedy interview. Vamos a ver. Ahí está la KK.
It's so great to be here. Fantastic seeing everybody. So cool.
Now, here we are.
You know, I have to tell you, I was doing an interview down over there, and you guys kept interrupting. I don't know what was going on over here, but something major.
Yeah, we just had some new friends come by.
Yeah,
just
some guys you don't know.
A couple of new friends. I think you may know them.
Yeah, I know them a little bit.
But here we are at Star Wars Celebration Japan again for the second time, and Star Wars has such a deep history with Japan and with Japanese culture. So I wanted to ask you to kick us off. How excited are you to return here and bring Star Wars back to Japan?
This is something literally from the time we knew that we were coming back to Japan, we have all been incredibly excited to be here. And I walked around last night to see some of the incredible art, which I hope everybody here has had a chance to peek at or spend some time. There's just amazing work that's been done here. So it's really, really great to be back.
Absolutely, and so the cosplay especially
Yes.
at this particular convention.
Oh,
There's
yes.
a pit droid over there. There's a Max Rebo behind me.
I was even
there's
laughing
just
with
some-
Dave. I think there's some Daves around here.
There's always a couple of Daves. You got to really spot the real one.
By the
Hey,
way-
there's a George.
Yeah,
There's a
George.
Dave and a George all together.
I see,
of
yeah.
course.
Okay, great. There you are.
Naturally.
There you are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Always
That's good.
there
I
are.
just want you to know that every time Dave sees a Dave, he's really happy.
That's awesome. All right, and I know you're just fresh off of the Mando and Grogu panel, and the
Mando and Grogu
announcement
panel.
of Star Wars Starfighter, but before we talk about those things, I also want to just touch upon Andor Season 2 is right around the corner.
Yeah.
Just a few days after we close out Star Wars Celebration Japan.
Mañana es el panel de Andor.
And I have to tell you guys, it is fantastic. I mean, it lives up to everything you might be thinking and beyond. Those guys have done an absolutely incredible job. Tony's writing is amazing. Diego is incredible. The crew, everybody, just so good. Really, really good.
Absolutely. What can you tell us? What can fans expect from Season 2? Can you tease it a little bit for us?
Well, you know, it goes right into Rogue One.
Yes.
So I think that as you start to feel the anticipation of each of the episodes leading into what you know from Rogue One, it's exhilarating. I mean, it's almost just talking about it, you don't really get the feeling, but as you're watching the show and it begins to build, it really, really hits you. And I think then you'll look at Rogue One with very different eyes, too.
Absolutely. I feel like you watch Season 2 and then you roll right into Rogue One, and it changes your perception a little bit.
Yes,
It'll
it
change
does.
your perspective. But at the panel this morning, we also learned a little bit more about The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Yes.
So excited for Star Wars to return to theaters for the first time since 2019.
Yes.
How does it feel to be back with a theatrical release, with a big film, and with moving these characters from the first Star Wars streaming series on Disney Plus into our first feature film?
No, it's incredibly exciting. And, you know, the great thing is, I think what John's done with this movie is, even if you haven't seen the series, you're going to have a great time with this movie, because he's introducing the characters we know, but he's also introducing new characters. So there's a chance to be dropped in just with the film. And seeing Baby Yoda up on the big screen, I got to tell you,
why?
It's pretty cool. It's great.
Can you tell me, in The Mandalorian and Grogu, does Grogu get new snacks?
Does he what?
Does he get some new snacks? Do we get to see him have a few
Yeah,
cookies?
you know John. He's a chef at heart. He's always going to have food somewhere. Somewhere in the storytelling.
New Star Wars food in it. And as a surprise, I know you talked a little bit about things in development. Always excited to hear more about what we can expect from the Star Wars galaxy. And Star Wars Starfighter has been unveiled as of this morning. Sean Levy's new project starring Ryan Gosling. Our new BFF, I think. Is it safe to say that? You know, he came by, he tossed a few T-shirts.
Oh, yeah.
So what can fans look forward to with this new story starring Ryan Gosling, set in a
Star Wars Starfighter?
Post-Rise of Skywalker is where we're headed for obvious reasons.
Why?
So between what we're doing with Mandalorian and the New Republic, and now moving into the future past Episode 9, it's just opening up a whole new world. And Sean's coming into this. I can't think of any director recently that we've worked with that is better suited to Star Wars. I think you're feeling that with his energy and excitement around what it is he's doing. I mean, he's just got the perfect attitude around making this a really fun movie.
Absolutely. And I think you can see that in some of his other films.
Oh,
you know, fans of his other work, fans of Ryan's work, you know, have a sense of.
Oh no, Ryan is. I think you're seeing when he probably came out here. He's being introduced to all of this, and he's like a deer in the headlights. It's like he's so excited, incredibly excited.
Yeah, and it is. It's a little. It's exhilarating, but it's a totally different thing to step into the Star Wars galaxy.
Yeah,
There's
hard to
nothing like
explain.
it.
A lot of love in the room, right?
Yeah, yeah. I think Ryan said it best with "May the fans be with us. May the fans be with you." And
She doesn't agree.
Do you have a message for the fans today? Is there anything you want to tell us?
Yeah, my message to the fans is that we do all of this for you.
You're all racist.
There is no Star Wars without everybody in this room. And you are part of the galaxy, and that's why we do it. And you give us the confidence, and you give us the energy to tell these stories. So thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. The fans are the reason why we're here at Star Wars Celebration, but you know why we're here at all, why we get to keep telling these amazing stories. And I'm so happy that you're here with us today. congratulations on the announcements. Thank you so much for being here. I know you're very busy. And thank you for helping make all of this possible and coming to the live stage to chat with all of us.
I wouldn't miss it.
Always a pleasure.
Wouldn't miss it.
All right.
Thank you, everybody.
Star Wars Celebration Live is still rolling along, so stay tuned for more.
Ya, pues muy superficial la entrevista con la jefa. No dijo nada que no haya estado diciendo en las entrevistas que ha estado dando para Andor, con la excepción de lo del anuncio de Star Wars Starfighter con Ryan Gosling, pero realmente no dijo nada que no se haya platicado en la entrevista anterior.
She was no Star Wars, just older Star Wars, and just the new announce coming up when 2015. Yes. We get our breath back.
What an arm cam!
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. Vamos a darle chance a que se acomoden ahí. Y un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche para ver la transmisión de Star Wars Celebration Live en Japón. Aquí nada más estamos al pendiente de los anuncios que se han hecho. Hasta ahorita los anuncios más grandes que se han hecho es sobre la próxima película de Star Wars, Starfighter, que va a dirigir Sean Levy, protagonista Ryan Gosling. Ya tiene fecha de estreno para mayo 2027. Ya está en preproducción, está más avanzado de lo que pensábamos. Parece que es una historia standalone. Y la historia es después de la trilogía secuela. Y lo que estamos esperando es saber si sale más información del panel de Mandalorian y Grogu, que ya pasó. Aquí en lo que están compartiendo en el stream, en la transmisión oficial de Star Wars, es el live stage. Entonces están compartiendo entrevistas que hacen como entre paneles o después de los paneles, pero no están hasta ahorita no han enseñado, no han transmitido un panel. Entonces, si lo comparten va a ser pregrabado y probablemente no muestren como los videos o los trailers que pasan en el panel. Y ya llegó Ashley Eckstein, Ahsoka. Ahí está Ashley.
So get ready to roll your dice and jump into Lightspeed as we experience an all-new limited time event in Monopoly Go!
Monopoly?
The Monopoly Go and Star Wars collaboration is launching on May 1st, and you won't want to miss a second of this limited time event. I think we also have a trailer to play, right? I think we have a video to share with you. Let's check it out.
What's this? Ah, está... Pod Racers. Oh, go to jail. Ajá. Hace mucho que no juego Monopoly. Y claro, es el emperador. Claro que es el emperador. Monopoly Go. Entonces, ¿qué es esto? ¿Es para... ¿Es juego de mesa o es un videojuego? I don't know. Alright, gusto ver a Ashley siempre. La voz de Ahsoka. Un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme. Por cierto, quiero avisarles que ahorita hay un nuevo episodio de Nerdmigos. Apenas se estrenó el lunes. Busquen el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos. Lo encuentran en nerdmigos.com o en su plataforma favorita de podcasts. Platicamos sobre USS Callister, Into Infinity. Es la secuela del episodio USS Callister de Black Mirror. Platicamos un poco sobre este episodio de Black Mirror, temporada 7. Platicamos sobre Daredevil Born Again y las noticias geek de la semana. Busquen el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos en su plataforma favorita. Muchas gracias por escuchar el podcast de Nerdmigos. Y cuando encuentren el podcast en su plataforma favorita, por favor, suscríbanse al podcast. Eso nos ayuda mucho. También si están viendo este stream en YouTube o en Twitch, por favor, suscríbanse al canal. Denle un like al video. Pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato viendo Star Wars Celebration desde Japón. Buenos días en Japón allá. Que ya debe ser mediodía, ya debe ser como mediodía allá en Japón. Entonces, hasta ahorita los anuncios más grandes es Star Wars Starfighter y también el panel de Mandalorian y Grogu ya pasó. Estoy esperando a ver si muestran algo del panel. Pero estuvo Jon Favreau y Dave Filoni. Y también estuvo Pedro Pascal y Sigourney Weaver. Y Grogu, por supuesto. Tenían un Grogu. Y mostraron una escena. Mostraron una escena de Mandalorian y Grogu. Que no creo que la hagan pública, pero si lo buscan, la encuentran, ya la están compartiendo en internet ahí. No oficialmente. All right. ¿Cómo están todos? Feliz jueves. Por cierto, el martes se estrena Andor temporada 2. También vamos a hacer un stream para ver los primeros 3 episodios de Andor temporada 2. Si nos quieren acompañar aquí, vamos a estar en vivo en el stream. Vamos a ver qué hay acá.
And I'm out here with my favorite peeps in the world, our incredible fans. How you
Cam
liking
Matthews.
so far?
Cameron.
Speaking of fans, we got an incredible fan
¿Por qué
right
están
here. Someone
tan
went
cortitos
to the
sus
store. Hey,
lightsabers?
what's your name? Damien. Damien, where are you joining us from?
Hong Kong.
From Hong Kong. Welcome. It's so great to have you here. What drew you to come here to Japan?
You. Everything else.
I didn't know I had one fan in Hong Kong. That's really sweet. That's really sweet. What does Star Wars mean to you, man? What does it mean to you to be around all of this love?
Oh, it's my life. Yeah.
Since you were very young?
Yeah.
What's your favorite Star Wars film?
Film. Oh, my favorite is actually Revenge of the Sith.
Yeah, good choice. Is there something about that film that just is channeling in your being?
Hayden.
Yeah. Yeah, we're not hating on Hayden. We're really not. We loved him being here earlier, kicking us off. Was that an incredible experience to see him?
Empezaron con la entrevista de Hayden Christensen. Yo me la perdí.
Put that on your, list of things you did in your
Pero,
life. I sang that.
Pero sí agarré la... Sí alcancé a ver la entrevista con Sean Levy y Ryan Gosling.
Right over here. Hey, what's your name?
I'm David. I flew in from Seattle, but I actually grew up in China, so closer to where he's from.
Oh my gosh! Oh my God! It's a whole international experience for you. Is this your first celebration?
Yes, this is my first celebration.
So you've watched it live at home, I assume, in the past?
Yes, in the past.
And felt all of that energy. What made you decide this was the year I'm gonna come?
Well, I'd wanted to visit Japan for a while now, and I saw that it was happening.
Pues acabo de pasar a CinemaCon hace unas semanas y no dijeron nada de Star Wars. Nada. Pienso que por lo menos debieron haber mostrado algo de Mandalorian y Grogu. Pero pues lo estaban guardando para Celebration.
So much fun. Look at all of this love back here. Make some noise, you guys. And I know why you're here. I know why you're watching live around the world. It's because you know we're going to bring all of the excitement to you, from celebrities to product reveals to trailers and much, much more. Oh my gosh, someone looks a little ominous over here. Hi, what's your name?
My name's Nick.
Nick. Very ominous. Nick, where are you joining us from?
From Sydney.
From Australia. Wow,
Sydney.
we're crossing all the continents off. I'm trying to find someone from Antarctica. I'm hoping we'll find someone. But amazing that you made it here. First celebration, or is this a second? It's your first. What are you thinking so far? About an hour or so in. What do you think?
We're loving it. We're having a good time here with my son, Otto.
Otto, come on over here, Otto. I love Star Wars. Definitely is a family experience, right? Not only this extended family, but yeah, I hear the yes back here, like, amen. Yeah. It is. It's our own religious experience. What makes Star Wars so special that you wanted to share it with your son?
Well, it was a present, actually. He did very well in his high school last exams, and he said, "Can I go to Japan and see Star Wars celebrations?"
So you aced all your tests, and now you get to be here in Japan?
I'd like to think so, yeah.
I like to think so. What's your GPA? Fantastic. That's really good to know. 4.0. That's what we're saying here. No, all serious. What do you think so far? What are you looking forward to? What are you hoping you're going to see?
I am stoked right now. I'm really excited to see different celebrities come out of hopefully later today.
I can pretty much promise you that's going to happen. So that's great. You love celebrities. Are you a big Mando and Grogu fan?
Oh, absolutely.
También hay un panel de Hasbro
I hope
hoy.
you don't have anywhere to go soon, because that might be happening. Yeah. What else are you hoping to
No
see?
creo
on
que
this
muestren ese panel, pero
I'm hoping to see a lot more cosplays, a whole different.
están presentando ahí lo nuevo de Black Series y Vintage Collection.
Discussion about future projects. I'm really excited. Yeah.
You do sound very smart, right? No wonder you aced all your exams. It's so great to have both of you. Give them a round of applause. Give them a round of applause. Oh my goodness. Come deeper with me. Follow me, camera. Let's go through here. We're diving in here. I want to find folks that are having a go. Oh, come on over. Oh, yeah. Right here. Hey, my friend, what's your name?
Chris.
Chris, where are you joining us from?
New York.
New York's in the house, everybody. Big Apple. First time to celebration?
First time.
Oh, what do you think so far?
Having an amazing time.
Yeah? What are you hoping you're going to walk away with from this experience? Do you have any high expectations, or are you just taking it as it is?
Really taking it as it is, but I'm honestly just overwhelmed and excited right now.
Yeah, and I have to say, the grill, bro, is so... Can we get a close-up of the smile right here? Oh, my God. That's 3PO right there. That's amazing. That's amazing. Favorite Star Wars character of all time? Do you have one?
I do. Anakin Skywalker.
También estoy viendo en Twitter
You know, we had him here earlier.
I missed it, unfortunately.
algunas imágenes que están compartiendo de los paneles. Mostraron una imagen de Sigourney Weaver en traje de piloto.
New York is in the house, guys. New York
Parece
is
que
here.
es Rebel
Oh
Pilot.
my goodness, I'm diving further in. Where are my friends from Japan?
Rebel-
My friends from
Rebel
Japan,
Pilot
where are you
veterana.
at? Oh, right over here. Follow me.
Qué bueno,
We're diving
yo
in
pensaba
here.
que
Yes,
era,
this is what makes it exciting. Hi, hello, hi, hello, hi, hi.
I don't know, como otro almirante ahí de la
I'm working on it.
Nueva República.
Yuma,
Yuma, great to, Cam, great to meet
Creo que
you.
se va a ver la
And-
idea
come on over here.
con uniforme de piloto a Sigourney
Nice to
Weaver.
meet both of you. Is this your first time for Star Wars Celebration?
Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Si han visto algunas noticias de Star Wars Celebration que quieran compartir ahí en el chat, avísenme.
This is beyond what I thought it would be.
Absolutely. I mean, I didn't
Aquí
expect
estoy
this
tratando de
many
ver
people.
en otras partes en medios sociales.
All over the world.
I know, from all over the world. Like, can we get a wide shot of how many people are actually here? Can we just raise that camera up? Can we show everybody here? Yeah, there's a lot of love in this room. Are you feeling it?
Absolutely, yes.
You're like, yeah, I'm getting chills. I'm just so cold about it. Are you having a great time as well? Yeah, absolutely. You look lovely, by the way. Fantastic. What does Star Wars mean to you, my friend? What has brought you here?
I don't know, I've been a big fan of Star Wars all my life. Yeah, and ever since I was small. And when I got to know that it's going to be held in Japan, I was like, okay, I really have to go.
Yeah. You took all of work off. You're here. You're going to be here all weekend?
Yeah, I'm taking day off from my work. I got permission.
He did not call in sick. No. He took the day off. Yeah. What else?
Oh, it's approved day off.
It's approved. Boss, it's approved.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm fine. I'm okay to be on the camera.
No, you're more than okay. He's doing a fantastic job, right, everybody? He's doing a fantastic job. Absolutely incredible. Thank you so much for sharing all of your love for Star Wars. And it's throughout this room. I'm diving back in here. Follow me as we come on over here. Make some noise if you're having a blast. You're having a blast. Yeah. Oh, I'm going deeper in the crowd. Oh, come over here. Look at this. Someone is bedazzled right here on a Friday. Hi, what's your name?
I'm Kyle, the master code breaker.
Oh, that's good. We have a lot of codes going on backstage, so you'd probably be very helpful. Tell us all about this cosplay, man.
Well, I love Star Wars, and I also love...
You love Star Wars?
Could you believe it?
What? Who loves Star Wars?
No, but I love Star Wars, and I love suits, too. So I have over 100 suits, and I spent a total of $4 to put this outfit together. I already had all this in my closet ready to go.
I love you have over 100 suits, but you spent $4. I love that. Is $4 the amount of love you have for Star Wars? Be honest.
Well, I think a little bit more.
I would think, yeah, you don't know. It's great. It looks amazing, man. I've never seen this for cosplay before. You look so great. What are you looking forward to most this weekend?
Everything, just seeing people here. I'm a Tokyo resident, and I love to see people from all around the world come visit my city and enjoy not just celebration, but Japanese food, Japanese people, Japanese culture. I hope everyone here shares their love of Star Wars and goes home with a deeper appreciation of Japan and Japanese culture.
Yes. You know what? You're taking my job. You're hired. No, I think that's exactly what is so special about it. It's beyond a fandom, right? We get to go to different cities around the world every other year, bring the force, bring the family together, and yes, dive into more of the culture that's here, the people are here, the food, which is delicious here, and just how kind Japanese culture is. They've been so wonderful here. You really summed it up well. How long have you lived here?
20 years this month.
Whoa! Whoa! You're not going anywhere, it sounds like.
I don't think so, no.
Good for you. Good for you. You're looking good. Give it up for him, everybody. Give it up for Kyle. I keep seeing you right over here, and you look amazing. I've got to talk to you. Hi, what's your name?
It's Serena.
Serena, where are you from?
I'm from Mississippi in the United States.
Hey, the U.S. is here. We got Mississippi. Tell us about what's going on here. What do we have here?
This is Cinnabon Kenobi.
Cinnabon Kenobi.
He's cosplaying.
Yeah, look, show it right up there to the camera, right there.
Gus.
So cute, so cute. Is this your first celebration with us?
It's my second. It's his first.
Hey, welcome to the family, man. How you liking it?
It's a dream come true. I've always wanted to come to Japan, and this is my first convention ever. First time international, and I want to live here in about 5 years, so yeah.
I know a guy. Where's Kyle? I know a guy. He can get you set up real fast. That's amazing. What does Star Wars mean to you, and what drew you to come here?
Well, I was raised with Star Wars, and I've loved it.
Did you have bed sheets just like Ryan Gosling did?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Who had the bed sheets, everybody? You had the bed sheets? Yeah. What else?
I just, my parents were huge collectors of toys and stuff, and I just enjoyed it all my life.
And is it been through the family for generations at this point?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You're going to carry it on, it sounds like. Carry on that tradition. Incredible, incredible. We're going to keep diving further back here. Hi, friend. Hi, what's your name?
Christian.
Christian. I love a Christian right here. That's great. Christian, tell us, what is Star Wars to you, my friend?
A lot of things. It was an escape from a village in Alaska.
Really? Yeah. My gosh, yeah. So it was in a great way, I'm assuming.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a experience when I first watched the Phantom Menace on TV.
Oh, you saw Phantom Menace on TV. Was that your first intro into Star Wars? Yeah?
Yeah.
What part about that film really changed your life?
The speed race.
Yeah. Are you a speed racer at heart?
With my ATV, yes.
Oh, with your ATV, you go pretty fast?
Yeah.
Yeah? How fast do you often go?
70 miles per hour.
Dang. That's cool. That's cool, man. What are you looking forward to most this week?
Well, seeing Anakin himself and meeting a lot of fans.
And meeting a lot of fans. We are doing that here live in Japan. Absolutely spectacular. Who else is out here? We've got the kids are here. This is what I want to see. Come on in here. Oh, no, you keep them up there. Keep them up here. You've got two. That's fine. Put them on top of each other. That's great. I'm kidding. Turn around right here. Hey, everybody. You are live around the world right now with Star Wars Celebration. What are your names?
Alex.
Alex, good to meet you. And?
Leo.
And EO. And what is your name? Fantastic. That's great. Alex, tell me, how excited are you here to be at Star Wars Celebration?
A lot.
A lot? Have you always wanted to be here?
Yes.
Yeah. Can you look at that camera and say, I just love it?
I just love it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. EO up here, you got a bird's eye view. What have you loved so far? What's been your favorite part?
With Grogu and Mandalorian.
Yeah, for Grogu and Mandalorian, is that like your favorite of the franchise?
Yeah.
Yeah, and how about you, sir? What is your favorite part? Amazing, amazing. Right over here, what are you looking forward to today? Who do you want to see?
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Ooh!
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Right here? Yeah, good for you. Maybe we can make that happen. Who are you looking forward to seeing? Who do you hope will show up?
Anakin Skywalker.
Yeah, we've been there, done that. We got it. Anybody else?
No.
Maybe the Mandalorian? What if the Mandalorian appeared on this stage? What would you do? Would you be really excited?
Yeah.
Would you go crazy?
Yeah.
Can you show us how crazy? Look at the camera and show us how excited. How crazy would you be?
No.
No, you're gonna save it. You're gonna keep it inside. I love it. Fantastic. Yeah. So as a dad, what does this feel like to bring your kids here?
I mean, I think the journey was the best. We spent about 4 years watching everything together. And
now you're sharing it together. That's what it's all about. Wonderful fans here at Star Wars Celebration Japan. It doesn't get any better than this because it's all for you. We're going to continue live here in Japan. Make some noise.
All right. Okay, ¿quién sigue? ¿Quién sigue?
Iconic headwear, we know just the two to ask.
Otro comercial.
Whether it's a cowboy hat, a Pittsburgh Penguins cap,
No, Dave Filoni.
Mandalorian helmet, perhaps.
Dave
Can
Filoni.
give you some tips. Here to chat more about the upcoming Mandalorian and Grogu, Dave Filoni and Pedro Pascal.
Here we go. Filoni y Pedro Pascal. Me acuerdo del el meme ese del gato. El gato con la música de Mandalorian. Pedro. Está en todas partes, Pedro Pascal.
Yeah, I saw it. Amazing.
Yeah.
That is a beautiful thing. All right. We're barely getting started here on day one, and Dave, you've already taken the hat off. I don't even know. It goes up from here.
What are you? I can't even hear you. It's fine.
She's telling you. She's telling you to take. She's telling you to take the hat off.
Because we're inside.
You already took the hat off.
I did. Oh, it's hot.
It's warm. It's warm. We also like get instructions right before coming out and forget all of them immediately.
Yeah.
That's okay.
As soon as we come out. Am I
was
sitting in the right
overwhelmed.
spot?
You're in the right spot, I think. I
Okay.
think. Yeah, you know what?
Okay.
All right.
Once again.
It goes with the boots.
Wait, put it back on the screen.
It really
I look
does.
great.
You do look good.
So
You do look good.
Yeah. You know what?
Some indie vibes.
Yes. I think that's your hat now, Pedro.
Don't get
I think you
attached
should keep
to
that.
it. Attachments are bad. Don't do it.
All right, you two. How does it feel to be back at Star Wars Celebration?
It's amazing. This is amazing. This is a lot of people.
Yeah.
I've never seen that.
That's what it feels like.
Yeah.
Everyone here makes it feel like the most incredible experience that you could possibly imagine.
Yeah, I think it actually exceeds expectations when you're in the midst of this, and it is deafening, and the fans are so excited to see you two, and cannot wait for what news you brought us. So tell me, Dave, I know you love to talk secrets and teasers and all that.
Yeah,
who's
sure.
your
Yeah,
favorite
let's go
thing?
for it.
Yeah.
I just like looking out the audience, and I'm like, oh, look, there's Krennic. And then there's like, just right there. Look at him. Look at him. There you are.
There was a Dave.
How's that Death Star working out for you? Yeah.
There's a Dave somewhere behind you, too. I need you to know that if you
There are a
haven't
lot of
spotted him
Daves,
already. There's
yeah.
a lot of Daves.
Yeah, I've
But
heard.
only one original. There he is. Yeah.
Cosplaying Dave Filoni.
Oh, my God.
Dave Filoni
But
cosplay.
tell us, what...
Yes, your question. Go
yes,
ahead.
My question, what can you tell us about The Mandalorian and Grogu?
Well, absolutely nothing. I
Oh,
mean,
go
you
on.
knew you knew
Oh,
that
come on, ya se
coming
estrena en un
in.
año.
It's a wonderful movie. It's a wonderful movie. You saw part of it today. What more do I need to say that you saw? I mean, that was exciting right there. I mean, I think that what's really fun is watching John directing a movie again. You know, I have such great respect for John, and I'm so fortunate he took me in and taught me and mentored me as I learned to do live action and working with Pedro, which was what a privilege to be in that spot for my first time out. You know, it really was. And now to see it grow to this scale is just really exciting. So, yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I knew that was a trap. I knew that was going to be your answer all along.
Yeah.
But I still have to ask.
Yeah,
just
it's
in
your
case.
job. I get it.
One of these days, you're going to tell me something when I ask that question.
Probably not.
Probably not. No. I'm going to keep trying. All right, Pedro, what was it like returning to set and putting the Mandalorian armor back on for a feature film? That's got to be intense.
Sí, porque en la temporada 3 nunca se puso el traje. No estuvo en el set, yo creo.
Kept warm by two other incredible actors,
Mhm.
Brendan Wayne, Lateef Crowder. It's being here today that I realize I've never had to be with the same people for such a long amount of time. It's been 6,
Right?
7 years.
A long time.
You won't leave
yeah.
me alone.
No, I thought when I started Clone Wars, it was a 2-year job. And this is 20 years, so get ready. You're in it now.
Yeah.
You're in it now.
I was doing a play in New York City, and Dave Filoni came, because it was right before we were starting to work together, and he came to see the play
Yeah.
with his wife. And the day that he had come to see the play, I had gotten my very first, like, fan portrait of the Mandalorian, and it was in my dressing room, and you got to see it. It was just a strange coincidence. We're not answering any of your questions.
Nope,
We're very, very, very jet
You've
lagged.
learned the ways. I'm very impressed.
Just talk about other stuff.
Exactly it. Yes.
Listen,
so
I know
your
Dave,
question was what?
That's okay. I know, Dave, I know you well enough to know I don't need to ask you any questions. You'll
That's
just
all
run
right.
with it. You'll be good, yeah. No, I think you answered it beautifully. We're so excited. But Pedro, as you mentioned, you have been part of this family since 2019 when The Mandalorian premiered. What's something, if you could go back in time and tell Pedro of those days in that dressing room getting cast?
And sooner, 2018 is when we met. Yeah, and when I got taken over to the first sets and put the helmet on, and it was that weird magical moment that it actually fit perfectly.
Yeah.
I remember that, and I was like, I can't see anything in here.
Like, it's not important. It's not important. What would you tell yourself if you could go back in time and talk to that version of yourself?
Yo te amo también. One of the first introductions that I had with the fans was at a Star Wars celebration in Chicago in 2019.
Yes,
And that was like being on the receiving end of a jet. It was unbelievable. I remember feeling like a gust of like energy just like get blown at us, I have felt a kind of a part of that wave and family more than I have anything else in my professional experience. I can't tell you how humbling it is to be with all of you every single time. To be included with the likes of Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau and all of the cast and crew that they always assemble. They put their hearts, every pieces of themselves, into making these incredible episodic experiences, and now this movie. And I'm just along for the ride.
And they really know how to put together a crew. Now, a lot of us know her as Ellen Ripley.
Yeah, Sigourney.
Yeah. What can you tell us about Sigourney Weaver's character and just how amazing it is to have her in Star Wars? Dave, I can already tell.
Yeah.
I can already tell this isn't going my way.
It's amazing. It's more of a feeling than a word, isn't it? Yeah. No, she's great. I mean, it's like you look at her body of work and what's great is as a person, she's even more spectacular, I think. She's so generous and knowledgeable. What she brings to her craft was so impressive. And I mean, I've worn an X-Wing outfit. It's not like, look how good she looks in it. It's incredible. I look like a grapefruit, but like, I think that she just, so I respect that as an X-Wing pilot. We're lucky to have her as a leader. She's someone that, fought in the rebellion and understands what's at stake with the Empire. And,
Okay.
You think it's too
let
much?
him talk, Pedro. Let him talk.
I love it.
See,
Look what he did. Look
everyone
what he
knows
did.
Everyone.
Well, I'll
he
tell
is
you more.
spoiler
But Pedro
Filoni.
said no,
I thought
so
we were
I'm not
friends,
gonna go
man.
against that.
I
Yeah.
thought you were on my side here.
I got you. She's in the movie. How's that?
All right, you know what?
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's
Confirmed.
something you didn't know.
Confirmed. All right. And you know who else is in this movie? Some of our little friends from Star Wars Parks, from Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, the BDX droids. Yeah. Super excited to see those little fellows waddle into the big screen. How is it having them go from Galaxy's Edge, where people can meet them in real life, and into your film?
It's weird. They're little, they don't take that much to charge. They won't run around the set. I don't really know what they do. They're funny. They're quirky. They're a little bit camera hogs, as you saw on the stage earlier. They wouldn't leave. But that's what they are. I mean, these droids, droids. What are you going to do? Like Chopper. He just, oh, God. That guy. He's never done a nice thing for anybody, and he gets a big cheer.
Get to the chopper.
I don't understand it. I don't understand it. Like, R2 I get. BB-8 I get. Chopper, though. See what I mean? It's weird. He's like a cat, though.
They love a
You
war
know,
criminal.
cats, they only do things if it
A war
pleases them.
criminal.
So that's a cat. That's Chopper.
That's exactly why.
Yeah.
I guess so. It's relatable. I don't know.
And there's a lot of big energy from little guys in this movie because we, of course,
Yeah.
our buddy Grogu making his jump
Baby
to the big
Yoda.
screen. And Pedro, you're making the jump from a TV series to the silver screen. So, how does it feel to be
How
the
does it
Mandalorian
feel?
in this new space and to bring this story back to theaters?
Latino
Latino power.
Thank you for answering the question for me. I think that Dave, I know that Dave and John were very intent on creating a very cinematic experience within an episodic medium, and they nailed it with the series. I always dreamt that it would be a movie. I think I dreamt it before you guys. Personally, I knew that I had no say in the matter, but I knew it was something that I.
We have a little pool here. I think you can suggest things.
Zero pool. I promise. But it was a fantasy, and that it's happened is unbelievable. Everyone has complete faith, as they should, in these guys to make it one of the best adventures we've seen since the first Star Wars movies were introduced to the world.
That's quite a promise. I love it.
So now you look nervous. Get back to work.
Yeah, everything's fine here. Situation normal. I like how you're just gonna stay on course too.
I'm just
What
I'm
have you
trying
got?
to right the ship. It's okay. It's all
do.
right. Dave, what can you tell us about what Pedro, not to put you in the hot seat, but what has Pedro brought to the character of Din Djarin that surprises you?
That surprises you, not that pisses you off.
Oh no. Well, these boots for one thing. That was surprising
Yes, are
today.
those
That was a real
screen-accurate boots?
surprise. I
Yeah.
thought, who could do that, And there it was.
No one.
No one. It's such
Including
a surprise.
me.
I love it. No, I love it. I think that, and coming from animation, I worked extensively with voice actors, and I think that people underestimate how challenging that can actually be. And something that really impresses me, because there's not an automatic translation from on-camera work to voice acting. And while there's a lot of physicality to the Mandalorian, you have to portray something in your voice that's very unique in each situation. And
Mando voice.
I just really appreciate that and marvel at how well you blend together the performance of, all you Mandos into one thing. Something that's very special about this character is that collaboration between you and Brendan and Lateef, and it all comes together with the voice. And so never undervalue that voice performance, that warmth that you bring, which is a special ability. And I've known so many great voice actors, and I'd put you right there with them. It's a really great talent, and not one everyone has. So bravo to you.
Thank you. Thank you. Me earliest with Dave had a lot of experience actually sort of authoring the physicality of the character and discovering what it would mean within the suit to understand the arc of a scene. In the slightest of gestures, head tilts and stuff like that, in the time that we did get to spend with the mask on, quite a lot in the earlier stages, and that was a fascinating way of finding a new way of kind of like finding subtle expression through with a character.
We talked about Clint Eastwood. And it
Yes.
is all about.
Ooh. It was all-
It's all
I thought
about
about that. Yeah, it's
the brim
right.
angle, and when he's like, this is the T visor, the top
That's
of
right.
the T, and so when he's looking and he just tilts
Yeah.
down, it's a
Mhm.
different. It's more of an angry brown. And when he looks up,
Yeah.
it's more examining, and every little head tilt, and then the
and like the
center-
shaking of the head, like if
Very
it was like
subtle,
it'd be too
subtle
big, and it would
movements.
all look like there was A lot more authorship than you would
Yeah.
realize. That went
A lot more
into it.
goes
Very
into it.
surgical.
A lot goes into a head tilt. I feel like all the Mandalorian cosplayers taking notes here of the
Well,
head
they
tilt.
already know. They're it every day. They try to, every day they know.
Yeah. Pedro,
Filoni.
you talk, you speak so much about the trio and what it takes to bring the Mandalorian to life. But in your estimation, how have you helped to shape him?
Well, I've been very, very lucky and brought in into such early stages of development. Dave and John are so incredibly collaborative. And I think what you would expect in a role like this is really just kind of stand there, do what you're told, and they demand way more than that. And they really expect you to sort of put the kind of heart of authorship into it when it comes down to any kind of a line change or tone in voice or posture or any of it. They're always constantly demanding collaboration. And it's
So demanding that Dave Filoni.
it's unbelievable, to have that kind of an invitation into it from the beginning, and has maintained that and has been that. And I've also never had a chance to be so much a part of the post and sit in the room with these guys and see everything from its like crudest stages into what ends up getting shared with the world is fascinating. I feel very, very, very lucky.
That feels like a masterclass in filmmaking and in the Star Wars galaxy and storytelling overall. But I think we're all fans here first, right? Yeah. Including the two of you, our two esteemed guests. So what makes going to the movie theater for a new Star Wars film such a unique experience? In your own words. I want to hear it straight from you two.
The popcorn bucket, obviously. Like, what will it be? Will it be the pram, and you have to reach around Grogu to get the popcorn? Where will they put the popcorn? I don't know. I mean, I think it's. I always look at stuff and say, well, Star Wars began in the theater, and it really exploded out from there. And we're so used to having a Star Wars film as a big driver behind everything else that we had in the franchise. One of my favorite periods of Star Wars, because now there are many periods of Star Wars, would have been in the prequel era, when and something I vividly remember in that period was I would see The Phantom Menace, but then there were all of the books and all of the games and all of the things surrounding it related to that, and you could like be with all that other material all the way up to Attack of the Clones. And then we'd go watch that movie together, and then we'd go back and you'd all the more books and all the more games, all things. And so there's a massive community around it, all kind of generated towards the same thing. And I'm very interested in that, and I think it's something that the movie provides, that big driver. And George understood that type of ecosystem for Star Wars, and so I have a lot of focus on that these days and how we can, really make that happen to give the fans the dimensional experience that I know they love about this franchise. Because it's not just, it starts in the theater and then it trickles out everywhere in a wonderful way. And you see it here take shape in reality, and you get energized celebration to go back and say, all right, we're going to put in even more time because we will make this even better for all these guys. So that's what it is.
Pedro, how do you get back into the headspace for The Mandalorian when you're working on this film?
You just stuff your head in that helmet.
You don't just say
The
this is the way?
headspace is very economical.
All right, I was just trying to bait you to say this is the way. I think we all know
This is the
that.
way.
Thank you. That's all I wanted. Anything else you want to tell the fans today?
Los quiero mucho. Thank you for having us also in Tokyo. It's been incredible.
And thank you for being here and
Tokyo.
for being especially with us on
Y
the
viva
Star Wars
Chile!
Thank thank you for being here on the Star Wars Celebration Live stage with us as well. Such an amazing day, and we can't wait to watch The Mandalorian and Grogu in theaters next year. More Star Wars is coming up, so don't you dare touch that dial.
Alright, quiero escuchar a Favreau. Me imagino que al rato van a entrevistar a Favreau. Y a ver cuándo hacen público el trailer. Hasta ahorita están filtrando imágenes del trailer de Mandalorian, un poquito del video, sí lo vi ahí en Twitter. La X. Entonces las imágenes que han mostrado hasta ahorita es el Pedro Pascal con el traje de Mandalorian sin casco. O tiene... Se quita el casco. Mostraron una imagen de Sigourney Weaver con traje de piloto rebelde. Y mostraron una imagen ahí del hijo de Jabba the Hutt. Rhoda the Hutt. Stinky. Rhoda the Hutt, bien musculoso.
Thank you very much. I'm okay. How are you, sir? Yes. This is
Ahí está un Mandalorian. Hey, un saludo a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Estoy transmitiendo por YouTube y por Twitch. Si me están viendo por ahí, por favor, suscríbanse al canal de los Nerdmigos. Pasen a saludar al chat. Aquí voy a estar un rato viendo esta transmisión de Star Wars Celebration en Japón. Ahí está un X-Wing. Un X-Wing. Se ve más o menos tamaño real. El TIE Fighter se ve muy chiquito. Okay. Alright. Está bien el tour ahí de ese centro de convenciones. Para darnos una idea, ¿no? De cómo está el... Porque se están enfocando mucho en el stage. Ese es el live stage, pero no podemos ver qué hay a los lados. O sea... Carboni.
Could be anyone. Could be literally anyone. Like, who knows?
Our next guests have a lot of experience with space, aliens, iconic ships. One with the Razor Crest and an adorable green baby, and the other with the Nostromo and murderous xenomorphs. Seems about even. Let's make some noise for Jon Favreau and Sigourney Weaver.
Ahí está Favreau y Sigourney Weaver. Mira, está sorprendida de...
Oh my goodness, you know, John, it is always wonderful to see you, but Sigourney Weaver, welcome to Star Wars.
I'm absolutely thrilled to be here, and I cannot believe how wonderful it is to see all of you guys. My goodness.
I know it's
I love you too.
Oh my goodness, I know it's day one and it's probably been a whirlwind, but how's celebration been so far?
I've never had such a warm welcome, enthusiastic, and what's cool is that everyone you know, everyone has a different Star Wars and everything. It doesn't matter. I'm part of the family now. And so I'm thrilled to be here. I just thanked John backstage. I said, thanks, dude.
I'm telling you, man, you're pulling in some real great ones, huh? You're pulling in some absolutely brilliant people for the last few years on these projects.
Yep.
It's got to be wonderful.
It's great. The whole thing is casting, whether it's in front of the camera or behind the camera. It's a team sport, and at the end of the day, with Star Wars, you want to see humans undergoing challenges, coming together as families, going through mythic arcs, and you need wonderful actors to do it. Yeah. And of course, you need the backdrop of all the wonderful artists, storytellers that are doing visual effects, the set builders, the stop motion animators, the CG animators, the puppeteers. It's that recipe that makes something that's very unique but relatable over generations, and that's why I'm so lucky to be working in the Star Wars universe.
Yeah. It really is. It's the kind of thing that really does only happen at Lucasfilm and really does only happen at Star Wars, and you've just jumped in, man, and you are part of the fabric.
And I won't leave.
Well, let's talk about this. You know, The Mandalorian and Grogu were obviously created for Disney+, but now they are jumping to the big screen. You know, what is the difference for you in writing these characters in something episodic versus creating something for the big screen?
Well, there's a lot of opportunities that this affords, right? In television, as a showrunner and as a writer, that's a big part of the process. Here, I only got to direct one episode of all the seasons that we've had. And Dave Filoni, my partner, who you just had out here, who's been just an incredible mentor and partner, he directed the pilot, and we together established a look. But in feature films, to get to be the director is a different process.
Yeah.
There, the storyteller is there on set every day. We also had the opportunity, which is different, to have a much larger span of time to tell the story in. Not on the screen, but in making it. You know, we had to turn around within a year to get each season of The Mandalorian up. Here we have many years. And so that allows you to plan differently, to have more, build more sets, to explore things virtually beforehand, to have rehearsals, refine the costumes, build more practical opportunities than we had before. And then, of course, filling the IMAX screen. Yeah. It's traditionally, Star Wars has been, you know, 2:3:5 aspect ratio from its earliest days. But then for certain sequences to be able to open up fully to a tall format, and how do you fill that with all the wonderful imagery that Star Wars provides?
It's good. I can just feel it. It's going to look wonderful. The team, I know you and the team have been working so hard on it, and it's just, everybody's the best in the business.
Yeah, I really get to work with, I don't know if John Knoll's been through here, but you work with a legend like him, and Doug Chang is here, and Hal Hickel, just names that I've learned so much from. And when you plug into the Lucasfilm and Star Wars world, you get the best people, and the people who know and love Star Wars so much. Yeah. And so that's our, you know, the challenge too with the big screen is, you may have 3 people who've seen every episode of the show, and they want to bring a friend along, or a younger brother or sister that hasn't seen it. For the movies, you want to make it something where we're inviting new people in, but we're also rewarding people who've been since the beginning. And so the big screen, you want to tell a story that where it's a new adventure to invite people in, but again, as we always have, keep all of these fans in mind who've been here since the beginning.
Yes. We're excited to see it. I mean, you want to talk about some legendary sci-fi and some legendary titles. I mean, Sigourney, you have been, I mean, come on. We're talking Alien, we're talking Ghostbusters, Galaxy Quest, which is a personal favorite of mine. You know, so you've been part of some of these big things before. What's sort of different, and what sort of drew you to Star Wars?
Well, I just really can't believe how lucky I got. I've admired the Star Wars films, and You always have such amazing actors in them, and I love being taken to another world, and where you can see things play out that are really important, but they are about another world, not your world. I think everyone needs that escape, and it's why I've consistently gone back to science fiction. I just feel it's about the future, it's about being human, it's an exploration of so many things. It's just endless. And I think science fiction fans really understand how important sci-fi is. So, I mean,
having that ability to explore things that everybody's going through, everybody's thinking about, everybody experiences without having to tie it to the day-to-day is a really lovely and valuable thing.
I think so. So when John, out of the blue, asked to Zoom with me and then starts talking about Mandalorian and Grogu, and, you know, I think we're both a little shy, so I didn't, you know, I'm embarrassed to say I hadn't watched the show. If I'd known what it was, I would have watched it, but, so, you know, he said, well, just start watching, and of course I just fell in love with it. How can you not? With both characters and the world and all the other supporting worlds, and it just was very inspiring and really cool. And so the next Zoom we had, I knew a little more, and you know, irresistible. Are you kidding me? So I'm so grateful to John for even thinking of me, because some people go, oh, you know, she's this, she's that. You know. We have to find someone who hasn't been in this other universe.
Yeah.
And I'm so grateful that he thought of me.
Now you're saying and you fell in love with all the characters, but I literally have in my notes that you just about had a complete meltdown when you met Grogu for the first time.
Well, I did have to, you know, get used to being with something so adorable. I mean, I was fascinated by him. I don't think you can escape every little gesture and sound, and you know, he's very mischievous. So you have to keep your eye on him. But no, I had to actually kind of go against my character's instincts and keep myself aloof from what could be a little troublemaker, and immediately tries to take advantage of me. And so I couldn't express my true feelings for Grogu, which we all share, right? Until cut.
I love that. Okay, so here's where we see if you put her through the mandatory Star Wars media training, John.
Okay.
Tell us about your character.
I play a great character. She came up, she's a fighter pilot. She's
Okay.
still a pilot. She's going to be in all those, you know, eventually. And she's, you know, she came up in the rebellion, and now she's trying to protect the New Republic. And I believe is completely committed to what she does, has had the good sense to hire Mandalorian and this sidekick.
Okay.
And, you know, this is, I'm going to find out if they're as good as they say.
Nice.
I'm counting on her.
I think she did it. I think she did it. But let's talk. I mean, you're saying the Mandalorian and this psychic, and it's the way that Grogu's reputation has changed and the character of Grogu has changed. You've been doing this for 5 years now, 2019. If you, knowing what you know now about the process, is there anything you would change about the things you did along the way?
No, I think things unfold the way they do, and you don't always know where it's going. But if you have a good group of people who are seeing things eye to eye and who are all committed to the same vision, that vision might shift and change over time. We had no idea we'd be seeing these characters go to the big screen in the way that we did. It's interesting to look back and think about those times, because there are people now, even though it seems to me at my age like it was just yesterday, there are kids who are like teenagers now who grew up with those characters since they were little. And I really try to remember what it was like for me, young, seeing Star Wars for the first time when I was small, and then how my mind was blown by Empire, and I was tricked that's Yoda. I was tricked by, spoiler alert, there's a family relationship between Luke and Darth Vader. I don't want to, maybe somebody here hasn't seen that one yet?
Cut the feed.
No, right, cut the, and then by the time Jedi came out, I was an usher in the movie theaters. I was in high school, and how my relationship with it changed over time, and then the prequels and then animation, gaming. So George Lucas really wanted to capture rites of passage, and he was always very cognizant of the coming of age story and the Joseph Campbell mythic hero's journey. And I think that we always have to look back, and what's nice about Star Wars now that's different from then is between all the different streaming shows, the extended universe, gaming, there's different flavors of ice cream for everybody. They all work together. It's great to have somebody like Dave Filoni, who was just up here, who is very aware and thoughtful about how all of those interplay and how it's all Star Wars. And what's great about events like this is you see people of all different ages from all different parts of the world who connect with different aspects of Star Wars, but we're all one big community.
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's been wonderful with the with more of the exploration through the TV and the episodic format to watch you and Dave and all of the creative people that you've pulled into these shows get to play around a little bit and get to tell different kinds of stories and try out, does this work in Star Wars? What is this kind of like in Star Wars? One of the things I told you last time is I love that sometimes you can have an episode of Mandalorian that's a buddy cop. Yeah. And sometimes you can have an episode of Mandalorian that's a Seven Samurai story, and it's very, you can play with it and see how it all works.
Yes.
What kind of story are you hoping to tell for Mandalorian and Grogu?
Well, I think there's a few things we're keeping in mind. First of all, we want a sense of play and adventure, right? Because that's what it is. And you think about, we always sought to not just be inspired by what George did, but what inspired George. And, you know, he connected with Flash Gordon. Mm-hmm. He connected with, you know, from his childhood. So there's a type of a flavor of sci-fi that has a sort of adventure that I think he also explored through Raiders. Yeah. So there's a swashbuckling, fun romp. So there's adventure, but then there's also all of the complexity that came from the Western and the samurai film. Yes. And Kurosawa, Ford, and we, you know, especially the directors that we've brought in to do the shows over the years, we definitely connected them with that. Also, you know, mid-century war films, that there's imagery that George was drawn to that we try to maintain, and an aesthetic of the lived-in world that he created that felt like there was history. And even though it's sci-fi, it doesn't feel like it's set in the future. If anything, it feels like it's set in the archetypes of the past, of classic storytelling. And how do you incorporate all of those things? Like you said in the show, we could go on little tributaries and trajectories. Yeah. But with a movie, you want it to be for everybody to enjoy. And how do you draw all of that together and put it in a package and experience that if it's the first time somebody's coming to see Star Wars, they're going to want to be here and be part of this.
Well, I'm so excited. I'm sure everybody here is excited to see what happens with Mandalorian and Grogu. Is there anything you'd like to say to the fans before you all take off?
Well, someone asked me earlier, what is this movie going to be about? And I said, it's about action, it's about adventure, and it's about adorableness.
Sí, está enamorado del Baby Yoda.
We are excited for the action, the adventure, and the adorableness. So thank you so much for coming by, everybody. We've got more Star Wars coming in hot. Do not go away. Jon Favreau, Sigourney Weaver.
Ya estuvo mejor esta que la de Pedro Pascal y Filoni. Pues como ya habíamos visto ahí en internet, Mostraron una imagen de Sigourney Weaver con traje de piloto. Levantamos. Yeah, Jon Favreau is super cool. Sigourney. Ah, le hicieron su Grogu. Alright, ¿cómo se sienten ustedes con estos anuncios? Hasta ahorita, los anuncios más grandes: Star Wars Starfighter y Mandalorian y Grogu. ¿Están emocionados? ¿Qué les importa Star Wars? ¿Ya no les importa Star Wars? What's this? What's this? Light and Magic. Ok, es el panel de Light and Magic. Vamos a ver la descripción. Light and Magic. Season, aunque es el documental de Light and Magic. Temporada 2. Light and Magic is join us for a deep dive into Light and Magic, the critically acclaimed documentary series chronicling the legendary journey of industrial light and magic. Hey, Sam Witwer. Sam Witwer. No he visto la primera temporada.
Wow, I got scared. Like, really scared, because the existence of industrial light magic is very personal to me.
Entonces no mostraron el panel de Star Wars Starfighter. No mostraron el panel de Mandalorian y Grogu. Este es el primer panel que muestran, el de Light and Magic temporada 2. Vamos a ver.
There was an urban legend about a bunch of crazy kids of all ages who would pile into an industrial warehouse somewhere out in California, and under the direction of George Lucas, they tried to solve unsolvable problems with the objective of creating magic. We all knew these stories as kids. And for me, this was a hugely inspiring and propelled me toward the entertainment business. So being here today means a great deal to me. I am such a huge fan of all these people you're about to meet. But before we begin, let's talk to one of those crazy kids who was in the industrial warehouse back in the 70s. The director of season 2 of Light and Magic, Joe Johnston.
Joe Johnston.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration Japan. I hope you're all having a wonderful time. I wish I could be there with you in person. First off, I would like to thank you for supporting Light and Magic and giving us the opportunity to make a second season. All these decades later, I'm still amazed at what we were able to accomplish at ILM in those early days and what the company continues to do today. And because of you, the fans, ILM's body of work will continue to live on forever. My goal for the second season was to explore the incredible chapter of change at both Industrial Light and Magic and within the industry as a whole as the digital revolution began to take hold. From Star Wars, The Phantom Menace to Pirates of the Caribbean, Twister, War of the Worlds, and many others, we have lots of exciting stories to tell. We have a great panel seated here below me, moderated by the one and only Sam Witwer. We also have a very special message from our series executive producer, the legendary Ron Howard. Now, sit back, relax, and enjoy Light and Magic, a glimpse into the magic of Season 2.
Hello, Star Wars Celebration Japan. We at Imagine Documentaries teamed up with Larry Kasdan to create the first season of Light and Magic. And now we're thrilled to bring you Season 2. Now, Larry and I have both had wonderful experiences working with Industrial Light and Magic in the past. I worked with them closely on Willow and Solo, and Larry, as the writer of Empire Strikes Back and Raiders, was endlessly intrigued
Borraron los
by the
libros de
people
atrás.
behind the magic.
No quieren darles
The
publicidad.
stories of these unsung artists somehow made the iconic movies they were working on even more fascinating. So for Season 2, we really wanted a director who, like Larry, was part of the fabric of ILM. And we were lucky to bring on iconic filmmaker Joe Johnston, who not only played a crucial role at ILM during its early years, but also directed several films in which ILM's pioneering visual effects were critical. Films like The Rocketeer, Jumanji,
The Rocketeer.
and Jurassic Park.
Muy buena película, Rocketeer.
Season 2 showcases how the innovators at ILM, with the visionary guidance of George Lucas, continued to pioneer new techniques, develop revolutionary digital technology, and transform the way we experience the art and craft of filmmaking. You'll see some familiar faces and meet some new ones too. And I promise there will be even more stories behind the magic this time around, like the making of the prequels, Twister, and Pirates of the Caribbean, just to name a few. We hope you enjoy watching it as much as we enjoyed making it.
All right, you guys ready to meet my heroes? You guys ready to meet my heroes? Please welcome to the stage President and General Manager of Lucasfilm Business, Lin-Win Brennan. Senior Vice President, General Manager, and Head of ILM, Janet Lewin. Senior Vice President and Executive Design Director of Lucasfilm, Doug Chang. Executive Creative Director and Senior VFX Supervisor, Mr. John Knoll. And then, a man who needs no introduction, the voice, the body, the heart and soul of Jar Jar Binks and Jedi Master Kelleran Beck, Ahmed Best.
Ahmed Best.
Last but not least, Creative Director and Animation Supervisor, Rob Coleman.
Rob Coleman, okay.
All right. So, Lin-Win.
Yes, Sam.
Can I call you Lin-Win?
Yes.
Right.
What else would you call me?
I want to start with you, but before I do, let's take a clip. Let's watch a clip from season 2 of Light and Magic.
The prequels, I hadn't written them yet, but I couldn't write them unless I knew what I could do. That's the one thing about Star Wars, is I always wrote for the technology I had available to me. Episodes 4, 5, and 6
George.
were using old technology, and the analog technology wouldn't allow us to do so many things. We pushed that as far as we possibly could here at ILM.
¿Se ve más delgado
But I
o
knew the other stuff I wanted to do was much more
se
complicated.
cortó el cabello?
George Lucas was always forward-thinking. He was always mentioning how he wasn't satisfied with one bit of technology or another and how he wanted to see it change.
And if I were to go on and do the next 3, that I needed digital technology for.
So we just
Cool.
heard from George Lucas about why he started ILM, what the purpose was. But in your mind, what is it that makes ILM special? And what I want to focus on is something that I've heard you say before. You've referred to the ILM employees as being rogues and rebels and being quite like the Rebel Alliance. What do you mean by that?
They absolutely are. I think what makes ILM so special is definitely the people. As George said there, that when he originally created ILM, it was to bring together people who like to break the status quo, like to not to be told no, they still don't, and are not afraid of the impossible. In fact, they love it. And that's what's still in the DNA of ILM. And there's nothing more rebellious than that, really.
So where did they get these terrible habits?
Well, I think we were all so lucky to have worked under George's direction, because when you've got a leader who really believes in what we can do and pushes us forward and you know, believes that we can do the impossible, it's really thrilling. And so when we've all had these moments where we've agreed to do something by a certain time, within a certain budget, having no idea how to do it, but we all know working with each other we'll get it done. And to have a leader like George that always has faith in us, I think that really just instilled itself in all of us. And I know I, for one, feel incredibly lucky to have had the chance to work with people like that.
It's fantastic. Well, this leads me to our next guest. So George Lucas, he was aware that he had captured lightning in a bottle with ILM, but he knew he couldn't keep them busy all the time with his films alone. So it was time to allow ILM to work on other filmmakers' projects. So let's take a look at a clip explaining what that meant for the company.
It's like the studio now.
ILM was scaling at the same time as filmmakers were getting more comfortable using visual effects and pushing the envelope and resurrecting ideas that now seemed within their reach. These heavy effects-driven projects can be really challenging.
Creo que no he visto The Mummy.
A number of them were real nail-biters.
Tampoco he visto Saving Private Ryan.
I am constantly in awe of how a crew of people at ILM can solve pretty much any problem, any filmmaking problem that's presented to them.
Back in those days, when you were meant to do something that hadn't been done before, the studio or the producer or the director was always saying, well, let's do a test and see if you guys can actually pull it off.
Digo, está cool, nada más es Star Wars Celebration y el primer panel que muestran no es de Star Wars.
One new thing that has never been done in film before.
Es Star Wars adjacent.
One thing you have to figure out how to do. But then if you work for George Lucas, it's 12 things that no one's ever done before. So please explain to me, because I can't figure this out. How do you create a schedule where you have this thing that's never been done? Okay, we've never done it before, but it's going to be done by this date, because then we need the pieces from that to interlock with this next thing that hasn't been done, which those 10 other things are running in the background, and those have to get done by the time that this gets done. How do you schedule the unknown?
Well, it's a great question, and I think part of what makes ILM so special is that it's a team sport. You know, producers are collaborating with creative supervisors and our technical experts to come up with a blueprint for a plan to realize the director's vision. But we know, like you're saying, that change is always part of the process, especially if you're making groundbreaking imagery and never before seen, you know, shots and sequences. So producers are responsible for the budget and the schedule, and they lay out a plan. But a really good producer has to operate in the gray and know that it's constantly going to evolve.
And do you have to project a lot of confidence, I imagine? Because I have to, I mean, come on, if you were in that position, would you not have moments of panic? I mean, how do you?
Yeah, you're making me a little panicked right now thinking about it. Well, it's actually, you know, so for Phantom Menace, I was at ILM, but I actually was not on that project, you know. ILM was still working for other filmmakers. I was on Deep Impact and Galaxy Quest at the time, watching with admiration at my colleagues who tackled something that had never been done before. At ILM, a big show was 100 shots, 200 shots. Phantom Menace was thousands, you know. And I watched it all, and I was secretly relieved that I wasn't in the hot seat on that one. But then as the show was coming together, and they were actually achieving it, and they had a plan, and it was working. I mean, many plans, but it was coming together. I said to my boss, sign me up, I want to do the next one. And then I got the opportunity on Revenge of the Sith to work with John and Rob.
Much smaller project, Revenge of the Sith, much smaller.
Yeah, exactly.
They only get smaller, of course.
That's true. But there was a template. You know, these guys were prequel pros by that point.
Prequel
and,
pros.
So they helped me acclimate to this new scale of working. And of course, we had additional challenges, as we always do. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
It's amazing. This is cool. I'm literally getting to ask the questions I've always wanted to ask. This is exciting for me. Hey, Doug.
Yes, sir.
How's it going?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Because Doug, you know, I saw the season, and you said some things that absolutely intrigued me. And you had an experience on screen that also intrigued me. In fact, can we roll a clip, please? This is really interesting.
I'd always known that I wanted to come out to work for George Lucas, you know, ever since I saw Star Wars when I was 15 years old. Because I grew up studying your work, Joe, and that was my schooling. Because, you know, I didn't really take formal art classes. So when George made that announcement, it was just mind-blowing because it was like, okay, maybe I could have a chance to actually work on Star Wars. And the irony was that at that time, I was the creative director for Industrial Light and Magic. I was head of his art department.
So go more extreme, because I mean, we need more stuff up in here. All these little highlight areas are still real soft.
And I thought, okay, well, George is gonna staff up this art department. I'll be first in line. And the funny thing was that George actually said, no, I don't want anybody from my companies. I want to look worldwide. So I realized I had to just get in line like everybody else. And so I submitted my portfolio, and I didn't hear anything for a long time. And it was kind of like, okay, well, maybe if I'm lucky, I'll get to be a PA in the art department. And then I got a call from Rick McCallum. He said that George really responded to your portfolio. And so we went up to George's office. And I remember that day vividly because it was like my first opportunity to really actually just meet George and speak with him. Yeah. And I was terrified.
So there's something that you say that wasn't in that clip where you say that your strongest skills are not in fact in art. Which, that's weird, Doug, because I think you're a great artist. So how, can you explain to me, what did you mean when you said that you didn't think perhaps that was your strongest skill set, so you were surprised that George tapped you to design for the prequels?
No, it's absolutely true. I mean, this is the crazy part, is that I've always dreamt of working at Industrial Light and Magic, ever since I saw the making of, you know, behind the scenes. And it's the craziest thing because I didn't know if I could actually fulfill that dream.
And to actually be sitting here right now with everybody here, it's still a little surreal. And honestly, the weird thing is, being an artist, there is that part of insecurity that all of us have. And for me, when I got to ILM, I mean, I was a young kid. I was the least skilled person in an art department that was filled with some of the industry's best. And I realized that I really had to up my game. And that's been kind of my whole path in career, is that I've been constantly trying to sort of meet a bar that I had artificially set. And I had no idea where that bar was, but I set it super high. And I actually looked at Ralph McQuarrie and Joe Johnston without really knowing their process. But I kind of read all the behind-the-scenes books, saw their documentaries, and I thought that they were the most amazing artists, and I thought that they were super prolific. And when I compared myself to them, it was like I was nowhere in that same league. And it's a funny insecurity that I have, but it kind of drove me to try even harder. And the irony is that when I got that phone call from Rick McCallum to interview with George, it was really surreal because I wasn't sure if this was really real. And I thought honestly, I thought I was like one of many people that he was calling. And I had no idea that I was the only one, at that time. And that meeting at Skywalker Ranch was mind-blowing because prior to that, I'd only seen George maybe peripherally, like 100 feet away in the hallways at Industrial and Magic. I never really talked to him. And here I was going to his office to talk to him. And I was kind of starstruck. And I really didn't know what to expect. I didn't know that it was actually a production meeting, that he was actually going to start giving us ideas to tackle.
So you thought you were going to sort of an interview, and next thing you know, you're in a production meeting where he's asking you questions about stuff, and you're, what are you doing? I mean, how do you fake your way through that, man?
No, believe me, it was terrifying because one, I was already nervous, and so my mind was spinning. But then when he started talking and starting to describe the visuals that he wanted, I realized very quickly that this was a production meeting and I was unprepared. I had no paper, no pencil. And so my first thing to do was I looked at the coffee table in front of me and I just grabbed all the napkins and I just started writing notes. And George, I mean, he's very prolific. I mean, his mind is running so fast and he's always so far ahead that he just started spewing everything. And I remember I came back from that day with like a stack of napkins with all these ideas that he wanted to explore.
They have this on camera, by the way, in the season 2. You see Doug after the meeting, and he's like, just the look of shock on your face. Let me ask you one more question before we move on. You set this bar for yourself, and you are now going to redefine the look of Star Wars. And there are millions of fans across the globe, myself included, who had been seeing the prequels in their head for their whole lives. And you had to exceed that. And you did. Do you feel like you did? When you see those films, do you feel like, maybe I was ready for it? I mean, have you reevaluated?
No. Here's the funny thing is, I can't. Because I hold Joe Johnston and Ralph McQuarrie at such a high level, and all the artists that I admire, that I don't consider myself in that same league. I can't be in the same room with them and talk, the same way. And so for me, it's always like playing catch up. And so for the prequels, it was really a really hard challenge because prior to that, I did a lot of homework studying Ralph and Joe's work. I copied their style. I studied everything about them. And I vividly remember my very first day at Skywalker Ranch. It was in January 18th. George basically came in and said, okay, are you guys ready? And I said, yes. And I thought I was going to be drawing just like Ralph and just like Joe. And that's when he said, no, forget about what you think Star Wars design is. We're going to establish the design language and the philosophy for all of Star Wars. And that terrified me because I felt like I had been studying for the wrong test.
Oh my God. Wow. Well, that's, I think you may have passed the test. Do you guys think?
Thank you.
Speaking of tests, John, speaking of tests, we've all seen the episode 1 documentary, the beginning. And
oh yeah, muy buen documental.
I got to see season 2 of Light and Magic, and you had an interesting reaction when George presented at Skywalker Ranch. He just kind of brought in all these storyboards. He started coloring This is digital. This is real. This is digital. This is real. This is yeah, you get it. And you know, much like the look on Doug's face, it's right there. It's amazing what the camera captures, right? Because John is just okay, you know. And
behind the scenes crew.
let's see if we can see a clip of this. I'd like to see this again.
There was a meeting out at the ranch where George had Doug Chang and his group storyboard all of episode 1.
Wow.
The storyboards were on kind of moving whiteboards, and they just kept wheeling more and more, and they were completely covered with beautiful artwork. And each one of these represented incredible amounts of work and new worlds, and you know, it was an astonishing amount.
And George talked us through the whole story of the film, you know, one board at a time.
This is real. This is not. This is real.
And it was dizzying to keep up with it, because every client comes to us wanting to do something a little bit different that we hadn't seen before. But almost on the very first storyboards, there were things that, oh, yeah, no, we don't have a good way of doing that.
We've got a lot to think about here.
And he was regularly including things that were kind of way beyond our capabilities.
I know this is going to work. I know it's going to work because it's impossible. But we're the only ones in the world that can pull this off.
Está muy bueno ese documental de The Beginning.
I just feel so bad for you guys. I'm so sorry. Okay, that's what we do it for. That's what you do it for. Exactly. That's the thrill. So, okay, before Phantom Menace, what was? I mean, how many effect shots were in Star Wars Episode 4: A New Hope?
It's about 360, I think, something like that.
Yeah. So how many? Did you think that you would ever be working on a show where all of the shots in the show were visual effects shots, basically?
No, it was sort of hard to imagine something of that scale. I think Return of the Jedi was probably the biggest visual effects production that had been done prior to that, and that was, I think, like 900 effect shots, which was huge. It was massive. But for us, around that era, a big summer tentpole visual effects project was 300, 400 shots maybe. And those seemed kind of daunting. Often we had more than one supervisor on those projects to divide and conquer. And yeah, this was, as I mentioned in the clip, just the quantity, it was sort of the content of what was being depicted there. There was a lot of things that were beyond the capabilities of our tools. So through all that meeting, while I was watching George going through all the storyboards, I was keeping this mental tally of all these different things that, all right, we're going to have to write something to do cloth simulations, because we didn't really have a good cloth simulator. We had to do very dense scenes with hundreds or thousands of characters in them. We didn't have a good method for doing that. We had things being cut in half, and so they had to go from an IK animation system to rigid body dynamics. And I've been hearing about this stuff, seeing it at SIGGRAPH, but suddenly we're going to have to, in dozens of different areas, develop completely new technologies to apply to this work. And so that was really the most daunting aspect of it, was just not just how big it was, but how many things.
Recuerden que Coleman, él fue el que propuso la idea de Rogue One originalmente.
The biggest visual effects challenge ever in any film ever. Now, your history goes back to being a teenager and being on a trip to Los Angeles and looking up Industrial Light and Magic in a phone booth to go and visit them. Did you feel as if, since you were a teenager, you're a fan of these things, you were interested in this stuff, was this like the moment that George dropped the biggest challenge ever in your lap? Did you feel like, oh, this is what I was made for? This is it. This is the thing I've been waiting for.
It was something I wanted to do. As a teenager, I was very inspired by the Star Wars films and felt like Yeah, someday I want to get to a place where I can work on something of that kind of scope and scale. It was just bigger than I had any idea it was going to be.
Yeah, many times the scope of what had been done before. And was it difficult to wrap your brain around all these different problems all at once and figure out how to tackle them piece by piece?
Well, yeah, the way you do that is you take big problems and you break them down into smaller problems until they're manageable. So you start off with just, right, I'm just going to write an exhaustive list of all the different R&D challenges that we've got here. And let's just tackle them one at a time and see, all right, how are we going to deal with dense scenes? How are we going to deal with rigid body dynamics? We just went through them one by one. And we had our plan A and our plan B for every one of those challenges, and we just worked through them methodically.
That's absolutely incredible. Well, I think that we liked the results. I mean, that film to this day is just one of the most beautiful films to look at from beginning to end. It's astonishing work. So, as we're talking about astonishing, what's up, Ahmed?
Hello, Sam.
Yes. So, John just talked about all this stuff that had never been done before. Well, there was another thing that was never done before. There was the first CG lead character in a feature film. So let's take a look at what George is going for in that performance.
Jar Jar.
George and I worked really closely together for about 2 years. George is incredibly astute as a film historian, and so he would really dive into these Buster Keaton movies and talk about why he's moving the way he's moving. And it just wasn't a comedy bit, but it was a real motivation behind it. And that helped me a lot.
Nice.
So you are the first actor to create a motion capture performance mated with a vocal performance.
Yes.
That was going to be a fully CG character, lead character in a feature film. What was that like?
Man, the way you say it, I feel like I should be a lot richer. Jeez, not doing too well compared to that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I think for me, what was really important about making that happen was not only having all of these guys do most of the work before I got there and being able to help enhance what they've done, but I think what we've been hearing and what you'll hear a lot from all of us is there was really no straight path to the Phantom Menace. There was really no straight path to Star Wars. What we had was this incredible passion and desire to make these things. We all have our history with it. We all grew up with it. I grew up with the OG trilogies back in the 70s and 80s. And I had no idea. I grew up in the South Bronx, New York City. There was no way I was going to be in Star Wars, right? And it was just by just a sheer shred of hard work in the theater on stage and luck that somebody saw something in me, and that somebody was George. And I think what we all have in common is George had faith in us to figure it out, right? And through all of the trials of the imposter syndromes, we all had a come to Jesus moment when we all were just like, okay, we're here, and we didn't get all this way to not fight for this. And that passion to want to deliver the best performance or the best work that we could do for this thing that we all love and for this person that has so much faith in us, we just had to bring our A game to everything that we did. And that's what I tried to do. Buster Keaton and Jackie Chan, for me, were the big archetypes for Jar Jar. And working with George and really talking to him about this and how to develop the almost, you know, lyrical ideas of the movement of Jar Jar and, you know, developing the comedy timing of the voice and being able to work with everybody else. Like, it really helped form this very believable, livable character. And it was an incredibly special time, but it was also a time where I realized that this couldn't happen without everybody here. You know, Jar Jar isn't just me, it's all of us. And I know I get a lot of the spotlight when it comes to Jar Jar, and I get a lot of attention, but there would be no Jar Jar without everybody sitting on this panel right here. So I can't take the full credit. We are Jar Jar.
I was fortunate enough to overhear a story you once told. This is a long, you know, this isn't so much the technical challenges of creating Jar Jar, but you told a story about a particular line that you went, and I was fascinated. I loved this, right? Because, you know, you told a story about a particular line that you went to George and you said, "What does this line mean?"
Yeah.
And he goes, "Well, I don't know."
Yeah, yeah.
What do you think it means?
Yeah, yeah. So it was the submarine scene where me, Liam, and Ewan just finished, you know, the whole Boss Nass situation in Autogunga, and we get in the submarine on our way to surface Naboo, and you know, there's always a bigger fish line, right? And that day was really fun and interesting because, you know, everything looked, that was one of like the poor man's process classical filmmaking days. You know, it looks all fancy and CGI and all these fish, but it was really just me, Ewan, and Liam sitting in the back, and these two like big burly British guys like shaking us, you know? And like in between takes, they would just like shake us around, and then afterwards they were just like, "You all right, man? Yeah, you're all right. You all right?" So there was the one part where McGregor is like, "How, you know, you
Why will you
manage-"
banish Jar Jar?
Yeah. You might say, Misa caused one or two little bitty accidents, yeah. You might say, Mr. Boontagasser, then crashed into bosses, hey blibber, then vanished, right? So I had no idea what that meant. And like the whole day I was like, Boontagasser, crashing the bus, like, what does this mean? Like, how am I gonna say this convincingly? Because I don't know what that means. So I go to George and I'm just like, hey man, and you know, a Star Wars set, there's like a million things going on at once and people are always asking George questions and I always felt like, oh, is this the right time? But I was just like, I gotta ask. So I went up to him and I go, hey, what, this Boom the Gasser thing, like, what does that mean? And he's like, I don't know. You wrote it. You should be able to tell me. And he was like, what that means. But it was a really important lesson for me, right? Because my job as an actor, and I got this from Ben Kingsley, my job as an actor is to make the line work, right? It's not my job to critique the line. It's not my job to come up with a better line unless I'm asked. I'm not the writer, right? My job as the actor is to make the line work, full stop. And what I think he was like, I think he Jedi mind tricked me in that situation, because I was probably the least experienced person in that movie. Jake had done 2 movies. Natalie was Natalie. Liam Neeson had his thing. Ewan just came off of Train Spotting, which was huge, right? And I just jumped off the stomp stage. Like, I was just like, hey, I'm just trying not to get fired. So I was just like the least experienced person on the set. And I think what George was trying to do was just say, you know, I know you don't feel like you belong here, but here is the power to make something. And I trust you and I have faith enough in you to make this work. So say the line.
Which is something I've heard a lot from everyone here, that someone would bring up, well, George, what do you want from this? Well, that sounds like a you question.
You know, it's really kind of special. Working on a Star Wars movie, especially with George, was this incredibly stressful, scary, but enlightening and life-changing experience. And it's very rare that you find somebody like George Lucas who we all kind of revered, right? And we're somewhat terrified of. But, you know, George Lucas was never trying to make us him. He was trying to make us better us, right? So he was showing us that you have this incredible you inside you, and I'm gonna help you bring it out. And that, you know, he gets critiqued a lot for not saying a lot as a director, but being a director is not telling you how to work, right? It's not telling you what to do. Everybody thinks that directing is just like the notes, but it's a lot like playing jazz. It's like what you don't say, right? It's the space in between the artistry that actually makes the thing happen. And that's what he had a lot of. And I tell you, I miss it. I miss it every day.
Hablando de Miss George,
And before we move on to Rob,
ya saben,
what's the line mean?
tenemos una camiseta playera dedicada a George Lucas en la tienda Nerdmigos.
Has this like badass car, right? Like, you know, like a Porsche GTR, right? 911, right? And I borrowed the car, and
Here we
then I
go.
crashed the car, right?
Check that out. Check that out. All right.
Right? I popped the gasser, clutch, and then I crashed the car into some kind of crazy ass auto gunga thing. But that's how I interpreted it.
So, being aware, because I'm fans of all these guys, of the caliber of people that we have on stage, I have a really hard time believing that any of you feel like you somehow got lucky when you got the job at ILM, and yet I keep hearing this sentiment from all of you. And you'll see what I'm talking about in this next clip.
Welcome. Hi, Joe. The computer graphics department at ILM I started in October of '93, was about 45 people. And I think I was animator number 9 they hired. There were 6 animators on Jurassic. So it was still early days, but it was beyond intimidating. The legends were there. Ken Ralston was there, and Dennis was there. There were people that I knew their names, and they were in the hallway, and I had the worst case of imposter syndrome for about 6 months. How had I fluked myself into this place?
So, Rob, we were having a little talk backstage. In season 2 of ILM, there's footage of Rob Coleman presenting the first Yoda animation test to George Lucas with the thought that, hey, we could do Yoda animated. I mean, we have to do this fight anyway. What if we just did the whole character animated? Can you tell us about that day?
Sure. George had said to us that he'd wanted to see Yoda fight for a long time, and he knew he couldn't do it with a puppet, obviously. So a digital Yoda was on the plate, on the table. And once it was, I was then thinking, well, we should aim for a high bar. And the high bar for me was to do the full character. The performances, both verbal and nonverbal, And so, like you've heard here, I went off and did my homework. I studied Empire Strikes Back. I looked at what Frank Oz had done with the puppet, and I remembered what it was like to be 16 and see that character for the first time. Now, I'm in the generation, I was 5 years old when Sesame Street came out. I grew up with the Muppets. Frank and Jim Henson were heroes to me. But the way I approached it was, what did I remember from 1980 versus what I was now seeing and analyzing, looking back at that footage? And what I remembered was there was this incredibly expressive character that we were all absolutely there with and engaged with. So the way I thought about it was, I want to go for the spirit of the performance rather than the actual frames if you study them frame by frame. Now comes the day for this clip that's in Light and Magic 2. There was a documentary crew that followed many of us around, and we got somewhat used to the cameras, but on that particular day, we had not told George we were doing performance shots. And so I let Doug know we were coming up, and this is the 3rd floor of Skywalker Ranch, Doug's domain with his team, and the day came for me to present, I think it was 6 clips. I had chosen 3 talking shots of Yoda out of Empire and 3 non-verbal shots on purpose to demonstrate to him, and even though it was not textured, it was just gray plastic, I was going to pitch that we could handle the full digital Yoda, or the full performance of digital Yoda. And when I went up there, there was a documentary crew, and I asked, please do not shoot this. I am nervous enough. Having a camera in my face is going to really mess up what I think is a really important pitch. And they went, yeah, fine. And they disappeared. Thank goodness they recorded it.
So wait a second. You said, hey, please don't do this. And they said, yeah, no, we won't. And then they just rolled.
Yeah.
And you were like, all right.
They positioned themselves sort of 3/4 back behind me, so I couldn't see them.
But you were aware, right? You're like, they did the...
No.
No.
When I was pitching to George, I don't know how the other guys have this, I would get into kind of tunnel vision, and I get almost, I'm going to call it like a trance mode, where I'm not even thinking of the sentences I'm saying. I know the work really well, and I'm just kind of going on autopilot. And
you're hearing back, you're hearing faster, more intense.
Yeah,
faster,
there's all that, but there's this sense where I just am pitching to him and focusing on his reaction. And there's other clips you're going to see George teasing me, but also me teasing him. I'm so grateful for this documentary because it captures a time in my life, in our lives, where we were doing some pretty special stuff, and there we were, right beside him, working side by side to create his vision for his movie.
So in the final analysis, you're happy that this camera crew lied to you?
Yes.
That's good.
So incredibly grateful.
Yeah.
I'm so incredibly, this documentary is like a time machine for me. You see both old me, gray-bearded me, but you see young me, and it's surreal because those days and those meetings are in my head somewhere, and they come racing back. They're not forgotten, but they had been put away in dusty boxes in my brain, and now they're alive again. And I haven't talked to these guys about this. I have a duality in that I know that's me, and I'm watching, and it is me, but then it's also not me, because I've grown so much, and I'm so lucky to working at ILM, now creative director in the Sydney studio, but to have been there at that time with these folks doing this incredible work. By the way, I have not seen him in person in 20 years until this morning. We worked so closely together.
Well, so this leads me to the next thing that I wanted to say, because we're doing all right on time. So I wanted to express to you that I'm grateful to you, well, I'm grateful to all of you. I'm grateful to you particularly for a couple of things. One, you helped get the Clone Wars up on its feet. So,
wow.
Thank you for that.
No. I was
in the mail?
once again. That was right time, right place at the right time.
Yeah. Checks in the mail. So, also, you gave me as a young fan one of the most magical moments in movie history for me, and that's when Obi-Wan and Anakin, they just get creamed by Dooku. He just knocks them aside like they're nothing. Then Yoda walks in very slowly. And then there's a wizard battle, and they're shooting lightning and throwing rocks at each other and all this stuff. And the anticipation is building. And right there in the theater, I will never forget this. I know exactly where I was sitting, and I remember what the crowd sounded like when Yoda pulled out his lightsaber, and we saw a fight that fit no description. I mean, we'd never seen or conceived of anything like that before. And I remember thinking, oh my God, movies are winning right now. Movies are winning. And because we have time, I would like to sort of open it up to all of you guys, start to talk about things like the Yoda fight. I know, Ahmed, you probably have a couple of things to say about that, because I didn't realize Ahmed helped with that fight.
I did, yeah.
He did.
So everyone chime in.
Well,
Teach me.
I'll jump in quickly, because John and I were in Sydney. We had not seen the script before flying down from California. The day comes, we get to see the script, and the line literally said, "In a fight that defies description, Yoda and Count Dooku battle," period, right? I'm like, good. So just like Ahmed's story, you would ask to have time with George. So my time came, and I pointed at that line, and he went, "Yeah, you got to figure it out." that was it, right? So I went to Nick Gillard, the stunt supervisor, and asked him, and he told me all about how Jedi fight, and he had some suggestions, and I kind of came away, and that was like a sliver of the pie. And then luckily my friend here, he comes up, and he says, "Hey man, what are you going to do with this fight?" And I'm like, I have no idea. So then you take over.
Yeah, so I had read the same line in the script, and I was like, we got to get this right. Like, the Yoda fight it's got to be spectacular, you know? And I remember I remember seeing you walk across the lot with that look on your face of like, I've got a million things going on. And I was like, "You all right?" And he was like, "Yeah." And I was like, "Hey, what are we going to do about this Yoda fight?" And you said, "I have no idea, and I can't talk to George, and I don't know what." And I was like, "All right, come to the dressing room. I'm going to show you a bunch of movies. I think I got an idea about this thing." And this is how phenomenal working at ILM is, right? Anyone who has a crazy idea, they have time. They'll make time for it, you know? Rob came to my dressing room, for real. And we sat down and we started watching a whole bunch of Japanese anime. I was like, check this one out, and then check this out, and then check this out. And I was like, all right, here's how I think this fight should go. And then we started like kind of like scripting out a basic kind of framework of what the Yoda fight was gonna be like. And I was just like, yeah, he has to come in, then he has to hit that like Bruce Lee stance, right? And then, you know, so we worked it out. Rob goes away, and I think you saw the Jet Li movie.
Yeah, so that was at the San Francisco Film Festival. Henry Selick had picked a film that he liked, and it was Swordsman 2.
Yes, Swordsman 2, Jet Li. And I remember you were like, all right, I got it. I'm gonna pitch it to George. And then you pitched it to George. And then I remember being at the premiere of Attack of the Clones. And I hadn't seen anything after like we talked and we kind of, you know, scripted it out and you went away. And then I was waiting the whole movie, the entire movie, for that one part. And I was just like, oh, this is gonna be amazing. You have no idea how good this is gonna be. And as soon as Yoda just starts like limping in, I was like, here it is. And the audience was just like, is this gonna happen? Like, is this really gonna go down like this? And I was just like, oh, you have. And then I saw what we worked on. I saw it scripted out, and it made me emotional because I was like, you didn't really have to do that, you know? You didn't have to like listen to me or take any of the ideas that I had. And then when I saw this fight, I was just like, this is exactly what we talked about. And
we did have to do that.
It was just amazing. It was amazing to see.
Could I ask a question, John, Doug, Janet, Lin-Wen? What were the moments for you where you saw a department or a person or someone just hit a home run that you didn't think they were going to hit, that was so badly needed? Because that was a home run. We needed that home run in that film.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily characterize it as something that I didn't think that this person could do. But,
Yeah, sorry, that was very negative of me.
But Paul Houston on episode 1 in the pod race. So we had been playing around with this idea of projecting photography onto low resolution geometry, this sort of camera mapping technique. We'd used it on Mission Impossible and on a couple of shows before that. But Paul and I got talking about that being the way to do the landscapes. And Paul put together a test where he built a couple of arches and a couple of these mushroom-shaped rocks as these like 2-foot tall models made out of foam and plaster. And he painted them, took them out to the parking lot, shot beautiful photography of them, then made low-resolution CG models of it and projected the photography onto it. And we did a couple of shots flying through that terrain. And it exceeded all my expectations. It was sort of compellingly real because everything you were looking at really was photography, so it had that real high level of realism. And I felt like this is something nobody's ever really seen before. This was extraordinary, and I was super proud and pleased that Paul had done something so amazing.
What was fascinating about the pod race for me is that it was a great combination of clear ideas and extraordinary visual effects, because everything is going at such a breakneck pace. But as an audience member, I understood somehow how the pods worked and what that beam was in the middle. There was a sense to it. I couldn't maybe explain it, but it felt like it made sense. I was watching something credible, and it's such an extraordinary example of all these different departments coming together to make something that just feels inevitable to the audience. When you all know there's nothing inevitable about it. You have to build it piece by piece. Doug, you have to design this thing. And then, John, you got to figure out the real photography on the arches. And, you know, it's kind of incredible to me how everyone comes together under one good idea. Doug?
No, I think that's the remarkable thing about season 2 is that I think it really highlights the genius behind George, because he has such a clarity of vision that even if we didn't know where he was going, he always kind of knew. Because if you look at the whole film, it's very complex. I mean, we were doing new things at every moment. I mean, from a design point of view, he like basically unleashed everything. I mean, because normally, you know, prior to that, I had a career at ILM where I was used to designing into the limitations of the technology, into the models that we could do. There are certain shots that we couldn't do. And George said, you know, don't worry about any of that. We'll figure it out later. Just design it purely. Let's go for the aesthetics. And it's one of those amazing things where when we have people like John and Rob, everybody there, they all step up and they figure it out. Even though going into it from day one, it was like, we have no idea if this is even possible. And in some ways, I had the easy job because I could just invent it. And it was up to John to figure out how to execute it. And that, you know, happened across everything. And I think that's one of the great things about Light and Magic that highlights, you know, both George and Industrial Light and Magic is that attitude of, okay, we're going to do it. We won't know how, but we have enough smart people here that collectively we will figure this out.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that a little bit because I had the same feeling about how well Joe Johnston was able to tell the story of the nonlinear approach to visual effects. You know, you asked the question, what's an example of someone who's knocked it out of the park? That happens literally every single day. And I think there's a misconception in the industry or broader than that, that visual effects is a linear process. You're delivered this beautiful artwork and we execute it. And actually, it's extremely iterative. It's groundbreaking. It takes artistry and innovative ideas as well as innovation. And, you know, these guys are the leaders, but we have incredible artists, producers, you know, people in technology, and everyone has a voice, you know, and that's what makes it so exciting. And I love the fact that we have a program here that highlights that process, and I hope you all enjoy it too.
I agree. I think that John is always saying a good idea is a good idea, no matter where it comes from, and that is so true within ILM, because good ideas are coming up all the time. And I agree with Janet that Joe did such a great job, I think, on this series, and the behind-the-scenes crew, even though they sometimes lied, did such a great job at capturing these moments, because sometimes there's a misconception that with visual effects, and we do it to ourselves a little bit, like there's this mystery, where a little bit of this black box of secrecy of what happens, and it can come over that there's a visual effects button that we just press. Right. But it's literally thousands of incredibly talented artists, R&D technicians, producers, as Janet said, kind of figuring it all out together. It is a wonderful thing to be a part of. And I think the wonderful thing about this company is that we still all get to do something that is impossible every day, and that never stops, thank goodness.
Can I ask a quick question to the ILMers for the audience? What are you looking for in someone who wants to work at ILM?
Oh, I would love to start to answer the question. Of course, everybody chime in. I mean, one of the interesting things about the people here is, you know, John Knoll, as an example, applied a number of times to ILM and didn't get in the first time, which is shocking. I mean, he is Mr. ILM. So we look for people who have potential. You know, we hire for potential. We're not only looking at, you know, a certain expertise or a skill set, although that's important. We're really looking for a spirit of passion, innovation, collaboration, and we have a lot of programs actually around the world. Effects artists and technology people to get a foot in the door, and we develop and nurture talent from within. All of us started on the ground floor. You know, I was a temp in the purchasing department. Linwin was a talent manager. So that's one of the wonderful things about ILM, I think.
Well, I'm going to submit a resume. Thank you. That's so we have heard from these extraordinary filmmakers and all of these artists and leaders up here. And what do you say we give them a big round of applause for all of the work that ILM has done over the last 50 years?
Light and magic.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam. Yeah. They've been so great. Don't you think we should show them a little bit more?
Yes.
You do?
Yeah, let's do
We just so happen to have a trailer, the first trailer for Light and Magic Season 2.
Let's see.
Enjoy.
Let's watch.
Industrial Light and Magic, it says it all.
Well, I always wrote for the technology I had available to me.
Yeah, George se ve más delgado.
And how do you move it ahead? Computer graphics is the future.
ILM's ready to do the Phantom Menace. This was an enormous undertaking, and the scale and scope of it was overwhelming.
I know it's going to work because it's impossible.
This was the first time we were going to create a CG character that could live in a live-action film.
we weren't prepared for the backlash. But because we were all together, we were going to make this thing work.
Oh, it's a movie based on a theme park ride.
How do you make a story out of that?
The challenge came from Spielberg. Can you make digital tornadoes?
I didn't want to go down in history as the guy who wrecked Yoda. No puppet. It's a fully digital character.
The old way of doing things was going to be gone.
It was all hands on deck. Everyone worked really hard, but we also all played together.
So much magic was made here.
ILM was created to do the impossible, and we continually do the impossible.
We didn't ask permission. We're just going to do it.
The work that was done here will live forever.
Light and Magic, Season 2 now streaming only on Disney+.
Nice. Very nice.
This has been a tremendous honor. Thank you all for joining us today. Let's give another round of applause for ILM. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Estuvo cool eso. Alright. A ver qué sigue ahí en el live stage. Si no es entrevista, voy a tomar un break.
Said it, Gil. We cannot wait to watch season 2 of Light and Magic. Where are my fellow Star Wars publishing fans at? All right, I can get louder than that. Come on. You know how I love to write a Star Wars book. I love to read a Star Wars book. Where are you at? All right, from the prequel trilogy to the sequel trilogy and beyond, there's a Star Wars book to expand on the lore that you love.
Okay, this is Lucasfilm Publishing.
Stories from galaxies far, far away. Panels to find out more about latest book news, including the grand finale of the High Republic for Light and
The High Republic. Ok, no nos interesa High Republic. Entonces, miren, me voy a tomar un break.
Hello, Japan. How are we doing?
Alright. Hey, muchas gracias a los que están viendo el stream. Muchas gracias por acompañarme esta noche. Voy a tomar un break de esta transmisión de Star Wars Celebration. El panel que estoy esperando es el de Lucasfilm Animation, pero creo que todavía falta como una hora para eso. Voy a tomar un break, pero voy a regresar. Vamos a poner aquí un poco de música. Y nos vemos en un rato más, ¿ok?
Hey, what's up? I am back. Yeah, pues lo que está ahorita en el Star Wars Celebration es Lucasfilm Publishing. Bueno, están hablando de el artbook de Andor. Vamos a ver qué dicen sobre el artbook.
This secret project that I've been working on for so long.
So excited about this one. All right, let's move further down the line
Hey,
and
listen.
talk about some other things that we have coming up.
Quería escucharlo de Andor.
Yes, this is your time. Adam, it was just revealed that you will be writing a
Master
Darth
of
Vader
Evil.
novel titled Master of Evil. Tell us what this one's all about and maybe tease the timeline.
Yeah, let me just look at the cover.
It looks so good.
Yeah, every day I look at that cover and I can't believe that that's what it looks like. It's amazing. Amazing, amazing. Yeah, so the thing about Darth Vader is that he's such a fascinating character. He's not only one of the main tentpole characters of Star Wars, but like that period between Revenge of the Sith and A New Hope, that's when he develops as this kind of new person. You know, Anakin Skywalker is basically dead, Vader rises. This book is, yeah, I can tell people things, can't I? Yeah. This book is like, it's set very close to the end of Revenge of the Sith. There's a very interesting period in his timeline where nobody really knows who Vader is. You know, the Republic falls, the Empire rises, Palpatine is the Emperor, and this guy shows up, looking not quite as bad as that, but like, and all the new Imperial officers are like, who is this guy? He's like the Emperor's enforcer. No one knows what his rank is, no one knows what his position is, but he's clearly got authority. To speak of the timeline a bit, like this period is covered very well in Charles Soule's Marvel Vader comic, which is incredible. And one of the interesting things about his comic is that it picks up from the end of Revenge of the Sith, like it's continuous. The scene continues, Vader is created, and it just goes on. And there's a lot of storytelling across like 50-something issues where it's continuous storytelling, except there are gaps in the comics. And in fact, there's a particular gap in the comic that I don't even think Charles knows about, or Marvel knows about, and I'm not going to reveal what it is, but like this is like, when I discovered it, I could not believe my luck, because literally in the comic it sets the book up, and it's like, we do this thing, and then the comic continues like nothing's happened, but like Master of Evil. So yeah, so it's Vader going on a journey. You know, Palpatine
Vader going on a journey.
To Anakin.
He's on a journey.
Being a part of the dark side.
Vader's on a journey.
And what abilities that will give him, and what power the dark side has, and you know, Vader's like, what are we going to tell me? I think I should probably stop talking there.
Interesting. Well, I do have a follow-up question for you, which is you've written villains before, but how did you approach writing the Dark Lord of the Sith?
I've always found kind of the dark side interesting. When I was growing up and I had the Star Wars toys, I always played with the Imperials because they're the best, like costumes and uniforms and toys.
Yeah, they're se ven cool. Se ven cool.
They're kind of bland, you know. Although having said that, my last book, Shadow of the Sith, was a Luke Skywalker book. So I've done Luke Skywalker and I'm doing Darth Vader. I just find it kind of fascinating, the kind of the mentality of evil, or the kind of antagonistic qualities of someone like Vader. And Vader is so important, and he's also in a way he's so mysterious, and he's a mystery in the book. He's a mystery to everybody. But yeah, it sounds bad if I say I have an affinity for the dark side.
I feel like a few of us do.
That's like not what I should say. Yeah. But
Dark
yeah.
Side has cookies. Remember that?
Yeah. But like, yeah, and writing Vader is like, what a privilege. I mean, this is the Star Wars book that you've been waiting for. It's been 10 years since there's really been a last Vader novel, which is Lords of the Sith, and it's the 20th anniversary of Revenge of the Sith. So it's like, yeah, this book's out.
Okay.
And it's a rollickingly dark book.
I like that, rollicking dark.
So Adam, if I can read into what you were saying a little bit, that if this comes out in November, that means that the fans here
have 6 months to read every single Marvel comic from Charles Soule and Darth Vader before they get to this.
Yes. I have spreadsheets upon spreadsheets upon spreadsheets of Vader's timeline, every scene and every panel in some of the comics to make sure that this worked. Because I know a lot of people are like, but Darth Vader's been covered in the comics. Like, we've heard this before. It's like, you have not heard this before. And I can't wait to tell Charles what I've done.
Gosh, I cannot wait to read it. And you gave me a perfect segue there in talking about the Empire. Chris, you wrote an in-world novel titled The Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, which is pretty intense. I recently just reread this, and it's a lot. What was that process like for you?
Yeah, I think intense is probably a really good word for it. It was interesting the extent to which everybody got into it. I mean, there's a slight element of me saying, you know, I've got this great idea for a book about the Galactic Empire. Is a little bit like being the guy who on the plane who stands up and goes, "Don't worry, I can land this thing." And you know, Lucasfilm would have been in there right through, gone, "Can you really?" But the more that we talked about how this might work and then started kind of looking at what we know about the Empire, which actually is, in its own weird way, not that much. So much of the Empire is kind of implied to us through the films or through the comics or through, you know, shows like Rebels and the like. So to then start unpicking the bits that we know to go, well, if this is the end result, what must have been the process to get to this point? What must be the kind of underlying social or cultural or economic foundations of the Empire to make this awful thing that we now see on screen?
I don't know. No me interesa ese tema.
Kind of funny. It got pretty dark at points. You know, occasionally I'd send stuff into Lucasfilm. I'd be like, they're never going to go for it. There's no way that this is going to make it into the book.
Anything goes. Anything goes.
Wow. I'm going to have to redraw the lines.
In Star Wars, the Disney, anything goes.
But yeah, I think the fact that everybody kind of just bought into the concept when we were writing it, and then kind of hopefully bought into the concept when we released it.
Did it feel a little too realistic?
As a historian writing a book about the Galactic Empire, did anything in there feel realistic? I mean, maybe a few bits. What I think actually felt the most realistic, and the thing that we really wanted to channel, is that a lot of people kind of start thinking, oh, are you drawing on this event? Are you drawing on that event? And what we wanted to draw on was the feeling of looking back on these things and what it feels like to feel this kind of despair and this horror and to not really know what it is you're supposed to do about it, and transmit that feeling of kind of real-world concern that kind of existed as I was writing the book in the back of my mind, and trying to kind of channel it into Beaumont Kin and then kind of transmit it out to the people. So I think that's the most realistic thing in the book, the kind of the feeling of looking at something awful and going, I don't know how to process this.
From historian to historian, I can say you captured that feeling very well. Might you be working on anything else? Anything you're researching right now?
Well, having finished Rise and Fall of the Galactic Empire, me and Beaumont Kin decided we needed to take a long break, and Beaumont Kin probably needs a lot longer. But he's not the only person in the Star Wars universe that you can talk to, and you know, he introduced me to a lot of interesting people, and one of whom I've been speaking to quite a lot. And in fact, I got a message from them on my phone earlier. It says Red 2 standing by. Whatever that means, we'll find out in due course, I imagine.
Excellent. That is a fantastic tease. I think there's probably a few people in the audience that are really excited by that tease too. Yes, exactly. Next up, let's go. Ethan, let's talk comics.
Yeah.
You have a brand new Poe Dameron series that hits
Poe
stands in
Dameron.
about, what, 2 weeks?
About 2 weeks, yes.
Tell us all about Codebreaker.
And there's Mike Siglane's not here to stop me, so I really can tell all about. No, it's a fun romp. It's an all ages book, which means I'm much less likely to kill off characters than say bounty hunters.
All
this
ages.
is set just before The Force Awakens, so Poe Dameron probably will survive. But anyway, it's basically a tale of BB-8 and their human sidekick having to go on a secret mission to take care of a first order weapon. And without revealing too much about it, it is not at all what they thought they were getting into. Cue the screaming, the blaster fire, all of that.
Very nice. And I think we have something we can reveal from the inside. Yes, here we go. Some interior art. How did you go about writing Poe Dameron?
Well, first of all, I just want to shout out, it's just an amazing art team, and I'm going to botch the names, and you'll see why in a second. So Mark Yarza is the penciler, Jose Marzan Jr. is the inker, and I was worried for days if I would get, they were just too similar, and I was going to botch it, but I made it. And anyway, Nicola Rigi is the colorist, just an amazing art team. Yeah, so I love those kind of characters. I love the scoundrels and the kind of characters that you really wonder how they survive from panel 1 to panel 6 on any given page. He's literally flying by the seat of his pants through life. So I always gravitate to that.
I love it. All right, next up we have, yes. Let's take a look at the covers for the rest of the series.
Diego Galindo, just amazing art. And the one that's, well, I don't know, see, furthest to the right, yes, sorry. That was something, they asked me like, oh, what would you like to do for that cover? And I suggested that, and it was so much better than my little stick figure sketch that I sent in. And I just really love that one especially.
It's very cool. And then you also have a very special comic out at the show right now. What is Star Wars Beyond Victory?
Yeah, so first of all, if you all get the chance this weekend to go to the MetaQuest ILM booth, you can actually get your own free copy. And I don't know if I'm officially supposed to say this yet, but Steve Cummings, who is an artist on the book, are you here, Steve, somewhere in this audience? No, okay, well, he's somewhere in this building. But at least one of the artists, if not two, will be with me doing a signing on Sunday afternoon. We're just pinning down the time. So please stay tuned to social media for that. But Beyond Victory is an amazing mixed reality immersion game experience. Totally botching this. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced before, so you can kind of see why I'm struggling to describe it. The character that's on the cover is Volabolas. They're a pod racer.
Who? Oh.
You'll fall in love with them as I did. It's a lot of pod racing, a lot of criminal intrigue, and a dollop of heart. It's it's a fun story, and I cannot wait till you experience that experience.
I'm excited for that experience too. All right, next up, staying on comics. CB, can you give us an update on the flagship Star Wars title?
Sure. So last year, at the end of the year, we launched The Battle of Jakku by Alex Segura, which sets up this...
Oh, yeah, había escuchado de eso.
Marvel's been publishing Star Wars comics for the last 10 years. It's our 10-year anniversary.
Y qué gacho que reemplazaron el Expanded Universe con esta.
So originally we started with the time period between A New Hope and Empire. Then we switched to between the time period between Empire and Jedi. Now we're moving farther into the future.
Esto ya es New Republic.
A familiar cast of characters here who are all still around. Luke, Leia, Han, R2, 3PO are all going to be there. But it also incorporates a lot of the Marvel characters that you've seen come up in the comics. And it's really going to be a blast. Phil Noto, who I don't know if everyone here is huge Phil Noto fans. Just amazing, so associated with the Star Wars brand and the look and feel of the setting up the Marvel Comics universe for this film. He's going to be drawing it, and there's just so much fun that we're waiting to happen. It launches this May, actually, as just like you would. A movie comes out every May. This new series, the flagship series from Marvel Star Wars, is coming out this May as well.
And what is going on with the Legacy of Vader?
Legacy of Vader. Back to our friend Charles Soule. We had to figure out how we were going to tell Vader stories in this time period as well. And there was no better way to do that than to do it, with his grandson, with Kylo.
No, there's a better way.
Of Vader. So this is a book that kind of walks that fine line between the present, the Star Wars present, and the Star Wars past, as Kylo goes on a journey to find out just who Darth Vader was and what made Darth Vader tick. What were the decisions that he made that put him on the path that he is, and should Kylo follow that path? Charles is doing an amazing job. Every issue I read it in the script.
El problema de esta historia es que es entre Last Jedi y Rise of Skywalker, ¿no? Y no tiene mucho sentido.
It's just fabulous writing. You know, and the art is
Tal
just
vez si lo hubieran contado antes de Force Awakens. Bueno, es lo que escuché, no sé si
Excited that we have a reveal here
sí es
for
cierto.
issue 8. Yes, very excited about this. Who is that cover on issue 8?
Can't say too much, but just in the manga panel previously, Kenny Ruiz talked about he was
¿Cómo le hace el dinosaurio?
Here again, lips are sealed. # no spoilers, but that's a first look at another new knight that we'll be seeing come out. That'll be right towards the middle of the summer, I believe. So, please check it out. You're gonna love it.
We have a art reveal here for that character.
We're giving away that much.
I know.
Wow, what a
Hey, we
surprise.
can all pin it on
right.
Michael.
Yeah, no. So and then here's the design again for again the name there, Tanaran from Luke Ross. So we'll be debuting in that issue.
Very excited about this one. Last but certainly not least, Mark, we come to you and Jedi Knights. Tell us about this book.
Well, this book I'm having so much fun working on. Totemo Tanoshidas. So the book basically takes place before the events of Phantom Menace, and essentially we've never really seen the Jedi Knights be the Jedi Knights before. We're usually see them as like generals in the Clone War, or we're seeing them, get killed. This is the Jedi at the height of their powers. And what's really fun about the book is each issue is self-contained, which is something you don't really see in comic books anymore. Having now written more than a few issues, I realize why. It's really hard. But each issue basically feels like its own mini Star Wars movie. And I'm throwing as many Jedi at you as possible.
And we have some images of some of those Jedi here. What is it like to write a Jedi team-up book?
It's so much fun, in large part because I'm trying to combine, like, we call them the Jedi All-Stars, Yoda and Mace Windu and Qui-Gon Jinn, and the Jedi you know and love, but also I want to introduce you to some lesser-known Jedi, as well as, anytime I work in Star Wars, I love playing with the toys, but I like adding new toys to the toy box. So we've introduced a few new Jedi that we'll get to know deeper and deeper as we get into the series.
We also have some art here for issues 1, 2, and 3 with some variants, which kind of leads me to my next question, which is, which Jedi did you have the most fun writing?
Ooh. I love writing Qui-Gon. There's something about Liam Neeson's, performance in Phantom Menace that I've so internalized that voice, and writing him, because he's, I write him with a little sense of humor. He's kind of like, by this point, seen it all, done it all, and he's got like a wryness about him, which I find a lot of fun.
I love that. That's one I'm personally very excited for because I love Qui-Gon. But are there any guest stars that we should be on the lookout for in the issues?
Oh my God, so many guest stars. So this spread is from the first issue. It's basically Obi-Wan seeing the future, and a lot of, because I wrote so far ahead of the amazing art team of Madabek Musabekov and Luis Guerrero, I was able to say, this is happening. We're going to meet this person. We're going to see that person. So, like, in terms of guest stars, Kelleran Beck is in basically. It's probably my favorite issue thus far. It's all told through the eyes of a youngling as she's recruited into the Jedi Order, and Kelleran has some pretty has a very big role to play in her joining the Order. Jango Fett is coming back in issue 4. Also, issue 4 is like a little nod to my Han Solo and Chewbacca series. Phaedra, the blue-skinned alien mastermind, Colonel Mastermind, and Buck Vancto, basically Marshal of the Benelux Marshal Service, comes back. We've got, gosh, who else? Yaddle with issue 5. There's a Tales of the Jedi animated episode that issue 5 ties directly into, and I can probably say without spoiling that Count Dooku plays a very big part of it. And if you guys have watched the Tales of the Jedi episode, you know that Yaddle and Count Dooku have a very specific destiny together, and this issue sort of teased that up.
You just made Matt Martin a very happy person.
I'm here to help, Matt.
The one thing about this series, if I could just add real quick, internally, jokingly, we call it Jedi Team Up.
Yes.
When you think of Jedi Team Ups, you normally think of, the Master and the Padawan, because that's what we've seen in the movies, like Mark was saying. And, in the Clone Wars and whatnot, we really haven't seen the Jedi relationships when they get together. And that's what's been fascinating for me when the scripts come in and when the issues come out, is to seeing how you handle these characters where it's two mature Jedi having to go on these missions or dealing with things between them that they're not always comfortable with. And you do such a great job of establishing those relationships in great ways.
Thank you. It's so much fun. I'm having such a blast writing this book.
I cannot wait. And I've been calling this Jedi Team Up here. We have so many incredible books coming out soon. I want to know from each of you, which one are you the most excited about? Is it one that we've talked about here today? Something you maybe can't say you have coming out? Anything you're excited about? Anybody?
I'll buy Adam's book right now.
First pre-order, yep.
I think the Revenge of the Sith annotated edition.
Me too.
It's something like is it 150 new annotations by Matthew Stover in like a slipcase acetate front thing? It's going to be amazing. But Revenge of the Sith being probably my favorite Star Wars movie, that being the greatest Star Wars novel ever written. Again, 20th anniversary. That's going to be epic.
I can't wait for that one.
I'm really looking forward to Trials of the Jedi. Charles is such a brilliant writer, and this is like a climax that obviously has been years and years in the making. I really can't wait.
I am also really looking forward to Trials of the Jedi being out. I have already read it, so that's not lucky.
Oh, I'm jealous. Okay, backstage, I'm gonna pick your brain.
Más libros de Lasco.
Even though I didn't write it, it's the culmination of the High Republic, of Project Luminous, and I feel
No one cares.
parts of it. And
Bueno, a mí no me importa High Republic.
hold it in my hand and have the whole collection, and be able to look back and this is something that we did and really worked hard on.
So Star Wars is a universe with so many amazing characters. They're human characters, they're alien characters, but in some ways, the ships are also characters, if we want to say that. And one of my favorite characters is the Millennium Falcon. And I can't spoil it, but Marvel has an amazing Millennium Falcon story that we're going to be telling come later this year that I think everyone's going to be really psyched to see. And it's a little bit of I'm a secret tease, but that's what I wanted to do here. So if you're fans of the Millennium Falcon, stay tuned later this year. Some great stuff coming from us in the comics.
I hope you brought some extra copies of the Art of Andor book, at least for the panelists. No. No, but in all seriousness, I love those Arta books, and Andor has just been such a special
aliens.
I consider them part of a whole. It's just been such an amazing part of the puzzle that is the Star Wars story. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that.
And the book begins with the release of Rogue One and goes to the present day, so it covers that entire span of time.
Just gave me chills. Anything else that you guys are excited about? Yes?
I mean, I want to read all of your stuff. Oh my God. No, I was like, I'm going to fight you for the first pre-order of Adam's book. I might be working on something that I can't talk about, and it might touch on something, maybe some things that, or perhaps some ones that I've maybe written before, but I'm very excited for it. And if I say anything else, Mike Siglain is going to drop from the ceiling and like suplex me.
I love that. Any last minute thoughts? Yes, yes, yes.
I am a huge Acolyte fan, so I cannot, right? Cannot wait for Tessa's book. I'm so excited for it. But I've also heard a couple of little behind-the-scenes things about Master of Evil, so I cannot wait to read that.
I love how we're
so,
all
and
so
that cover
excited
is
for it.
just, oh my gosh, amazing. Can't wait.
Love it. Well, that kind of brings us to the end of the panel. This was fantastic. You guys were all fantastic, and you all are so fantastic for showing up and showing your support for these books and these comics and these incredible authors. So let's put your hands together one more time for this incredible, incredible group of authors. Thank you all so much, and may the force be with you.
Ahora por fin se acabó ese panel de, de Lucasfilm Publishing. Vamos a ver un ratito más, ya casi me voy. Todavía le falta a la programación, pero aquí ya es noche, ya casi son las 12.
Over 25 years ago, our next guests worked together to help bring to life the first fully digital major character in a feature film, and we can't thank them enough for it. Let's
It's
welcome
Ahmed
Rob
Best.
Coleman and Ahmed Best to the stage.
Ah, cool. Ok, sí, vamos a ver esta entrevista.
So great to have you. Please have a seat.
Love you too. Love you too. Ohio! Ohio! Arigato gozaimasu!
Your Japanese is phenomenal.
Arigato gozaimasu. Hai, Nihongo skoshi.
そうなんですか?
Oh, see, I come in prepared. I get prepped.
素晴らしい. Welcome back to Star Wars Celebration. How's it been for you guys?
Really good. It's been really fun. It's been like, this is our first day here, and I'm still kind of jet lagged, so I'm either really here or I'm dreaming of the best dream I could possibly imagine.
It is quite dreamy. Is it your first time in Japan?
No, the last time I was here was after Revenge of the Sith. We shot in Australia, and then I just came up here and had like 2 weeks by myself in Japan. It's been a while.
Oh, wow. And Rob, is it your first time?
No, last time was 20 years ago promoting Revenge of the Sith. Lucasfilm sent me for all 3 prequels that I was A&M supervisor on, so yeah, love it here. Love to be back. Thank you.
Well, we love having you. Thank you so much. So 50 years of industrial light and magic. You both have a different history with ILM, but what is it like looking back at your work during such a massive, massive anniversary?
It's absolutely huge. You know, I was 13 years old when the first Star Wars came out, 1977, then 1980, Empire, 81, Raiders of the Lost Ark, and I start seeing this company, Industrial Light and Magic. I grew up in Toronto, Canada, but I wanted to know, thank you, Canadians in the house, love it. And I never thought I would get to work for the company, but through a meandering path and having the right skills at the right time, I ended up at ILM in '93, animator number 9. They had just done Jurassic Park, and I thought, you know, wow, I'm at this place where all these people had inspired me, and then here I am all those years later, and I'm the creative director for ILM in Sydney, and yeah, it's pretty amazing.
Nice.
Incredible, decorated career, truly. Ahmed, what's it like for you looking back at your time?
Yeah, the time that I got to spend with ILM was really incredibly special. They welcomed me in like one of the family. But I think the thing that was so magical about what I was doing with ILM is the fact that it had never been done before, and we were breaking this new ground together. And so all of the mistakes, all of the stress, all of the ideation and iteration, we really all just came together and rose to the occasion, and we were able to deliver something and make George Lucas really, really proud. So looking back on that time, it was a really, really special time where I don't really think we even knew the gravity of the time we were making. And you know, watching the documentary, I was like, wow, I was really young. Like I looked so young, and we all did. We were all so incredibly young, and trying not to get fired. So we weren't like, it was like we were so in it. But now looking back on it, it was like an amazing bit of history.
Truly. So touching back a little bit on the technology aspect of it, we were supposed to go over this a little bit later, but since you talked about it a little bit, let's just jump right into it.
Sure.
Your performance of Jar Jar was really the first ever character to be fully digitized, especially a major character.
Yeah.
And nowadays we've kind of gotten used to seeing actors with mocap technology, and we're like quite used to it. We see it often. But what was it like for you back in the day when it was truly groundbreaking new technology?
It was amazingly impactful because anytime you're at the emergence of something technological, you don't really realize it until you see it. And I remember, I think it was one of the first like tests that we did for mocap, and I put on this like very revealing catsuit that now everybody is okay with, but at the time nobody was okay with it, especially me. And when everything was shot and you see all the points on the screen, I remember going, oh man, those points, they're moving like me. It looks like me. Even though there was no character over it, it still was able to capture personality and nuance. And that's kind of when I knew we were in another world.
That's so fascinating. Just imagining that there is this like human movement in just these dots is so hard to like perform with and act with. So that must have been just incredible for you. Rob, what was it like for you and your animation team translating Ahmed's portrayal and performance of Jar Jar into turning him to a fully digitized character?
Well, what people may not know or remember is that Jar Jar was initially going to be Ahmed, except for the neck up, where we were going to put a digital head, a neck and head. And the reason is that George had cast Ahmed because of his physicality, the way he moved his body, his voice. But when we at ILM tried to attach the digital head to his body, and you have to remember this 1997 and the technology we had at the time, he's moving around in 3-space from the camera's position. We did have little dots on his neck, little LEDs on his costume. Proved incredibly difficult for us to track it in because the human eye can even pick up 1 pixel sliding and it never looked fully attached, or there'd be moments it was fine and then it would break. So one of the things I did was ask one of my animators to animate a full version, a digital version, because we knew we were going to have it for stunts, matching what Ahmed had done, and also had the same motion tracked neck. And you get to see a little bit about this in the Light and Magic Season 2. And what we found out was it took less time to animate the full body. And so we pitched that to George, and he wasn't especially happy about that because he said, no, but Rob, I love your animators, but there's no way they can match him. And that's when one of our brilliant people at ILM came up to me and basically whispered in my ear and said, there's this thing called motion capture. We could put Ahmed in the suit. We can capture his body performance exactly, millimeter perfect, and then attach that motion onto our digital character, and then the animators can modify, augment if they need to, but then spend most of their time on the facial performance. So that was the evolution of what happened. We didn't go into it thinking we were going to be using motion capture, but it came out of a necessity and a demand from George to say, I don't want to lose his performance. And I'm like, I got it, no problem. Okay, how do we do this?
That is so fascinating. I especially love hearing about how there's so much trial and error, especially with groundbreaking technology like
Pues
that.
creo que lo mejor hasta ahorita ha sido el panel de Light and Magic, ¿eh? Todas esas historias sobre George Lucas
Emerging time for
y
mocap is
las
just
precuelas, todo el
fantastic.
behind the
Jar
scenes
Jar
de las
is the
precuelas.
birth of mocap and like a perfectly
Está
digitized
súper cool.
character. Love that so much. You guys just had your Light and Magic panel. What were some of your favorite stories that you shared on it? It was so cool seeing everybody back together, the gang's back together. It was so wonderful.
Yeah, we got the band back together.
Yeah, you did.
I think it was cool just seeing everybody. Like Rob said, I haven't seen Rob in 20 years.
No.
This was
That's
the first time we've
insane.
seen each other in person in 20 years.
Yeah.
And when we do these movies, we spend so much time together.
Truly.
And we go through all of the trials and tribulations, and then we just go about our lives. And something you said in the panel that I really was impactful to me is like, you remember these things. It's filed away somewhere in your brain, and every once in a while a memory would pop up and you would think about it and you would, either tell the story or just kind of chuckle and be like, oh, those were the days, right? But to be able to see what it actually was like in the documentary was just incredibly heartwarming, and it just brought back all of those crazy emotions of the day. It's just wonderful.
I bet it is so vivid to have those memories unlocked in like a visual way, because it's one thing to talk and hang out and remember things together, but to visually see it, it's like you guys have a time capsule of that period. That's incredible.
That literally is what I've been saying. It feels like a time machine or a time capsule. And I was talking to John Knoll about this. We were followed around with cameras for a year and a half. And it became we didn't see them anymore. And John was cracking me up this morning because he said there were meetings that are in the documentary that he'd forgot there was a camera crew there. And that's how it was. And there are a couple of sessions in the doco when you see me and George, I'm pitching the work to him, and he's teasing me, and I'm teasing him back at one point. And there's a camera right here, but I'm not paying attention to it. I'm so grateful that that footage exists, and now Joe's put it together and made this amazing. He's captured the moment really well, and the human story of what it's like to be behind the scenes, bringing these films to the screen.
As a fan, it really was awe-inspiring to see the behind-the-scenes footage, and I am so happy to hear that you guys love it just as much. Do you guys have anything you want to say to the fans out here that have all collected just for you?
Yeah.
They love you guys.
The first thing I'd like to say is thank you. I mean, there would be no us if it wasn't for you. And we don't just do these things in a vacuum. The people who make Star Wars movies really listen to you. We really do. And it might feel like we don't hear you or you're screaming into a void sometimes, but we make these things for that feeling. We want you all to be sitting in the dark in a room, and these movies come on, and you feel the hope, you feel the togetherness, you feel the community. And a lot of times, especially nowadays, there are so many things that are put on screens to separate us. And we have this special universe. We have these special movies. We have these characters. We have these people that bring us all together. If you look around this room, this is what the world looks like. And we're all here for one reason. We're all here because we feel so good about being a part of this galaxy far, far away.
Well said.
That was beautiful. Oh my God. Thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you.
We can't
Denle
wait to
todo el
watch
dinero a
Season
Ahmed Best.
2. Don't go away because Star Wars Celebration Live is still going on.
Yeah, va a seguir esta onda, pero aquí voy a terminar el stream porque ya es noche aquí. Mañana le sigo, mañana es el día 2 Mañana es mañana es el panel de Andor. Pues sí quiero ver el panel de Andor. Quiero ver el panel de quiero ver el panel de Ahsoka. Va a estar Dave Filoni hablando sobre la primera temporada de Ahsoka y me imagino que van a mostrar algo de la segunda o alguna información de la segunda. Hay un masterclass de Doc Chen que siempre está, para mí me gusta cuando habla sobre el arte de Star Wars. Hay un panel de Stars of Star Wars donde va a estar Mads Mikkelsen, Manny Jacinto y Sam Witwer. Tal vez lo vea. Qué raro que están ahí promocionando el Ascolite todavía. Hay un videojuego de... Bueno, hay un videojuego de Respawn Entertainment y Lucasfilm Games. Y that's it. Entonces, miren, mañana lo que sí voy a ver es el panel de Andor, el de Ahsoka y tal vez me quede a ver el de Dark Chain. Y a los demás no me interesan. Y al día siguiente es el panel de Star Wars Visions Volumen 3, que sí lo quiero ver. Alright, pues vamos a ver. En general, pues sí sentí que le falta energía. Le faltó energía a este Star Wars Celebration. No fue como los años o las veces anteriores, donde se siente la emoción de los fans. Yo hasta acá yo lo siento y estamos viendo los trailers una y otra vez después de que los estrenan. Este primer día de Celebration no hubo trailers. O sea, hubo en los paneles, pero no los hicieron públicos. Entonces, si quieren ver el trailer de The Mandalorian and Grogu que estrenaron en el panel de este Celebration, no lo pueden ver. Lo pueden buscar en internet ahí lo pueden buscar pirata, lo pueden ver pirata, pero no hay un estreno oficial del trailer de Mandalorian and Grogu. Tal vez mañana lo estrenen. Ojalá lo hagan público. También, ¿cuál fue el otro? Star Wars Starfighter. También no mostraron el panel de esa película. Entonces, no, realmente no. Es como cuando vas a Comic Con y te regresas con las manos vacías. Así me siento. Ok. This is Young Jedi Adventures. Alright, aquí la vamos a dejar. Entonces, muchas gracias por haberme acompañado esta noche. Estuvo suave, tuvimos algunos invitados. Muchas gracias a David y a Mariana que pasaron a saludar ya hace rato. Me dio mucho gusto saludarlos. Les voy a tratar de hacer este stream mañana para ver el panel de Andor y el de Ahsoka. Tal vez sea más corto el stream de mañana, pero ahí lo vamos a intentar. Alright. Nos vamos a preparar para irnos. Muchas gracias por haberme acompañado esta noche. Los invito a escuchar el podcast de Nerdmigos. Búsquenlo en nerdmigos.com o en su plataforma de podcast favorita. Siempre busquen el episodio más reciente de Nerdmigos. Díganme qué les pareció. Suscríbanse al podcast en su plataforma favorita. También, si están viendo por YouTube o por Twitch, por favor suscríbanse al canal. Y los invito a visitar la tienda Nerdmigos. Sigue siendo la mejor manera de apoyar lo que hacemos en Nerdmigos. Esa es la mejor manera para apoyar lo que hacemos. Así que compren la mercancía de Nerdmigos. Compren toda la mercancía de Nerdmigos. Eso nos ayuda mucho. Cada centavo nos ayuda mucho. Muchas gracias. Entonces, aquí nos vamos a despedir. Hasta la próxima. Yo soy Isma. Y de parte de todos aquí en Nerdmigos, para todos ustedes allá en Nerdonia, que pasen una excelente noche. Nos vemos mañana. Que descansen. Peace out, homies.